Welcome, ma'am. Welcome, sir. Please take your seats. ये चालू किया है ना? हो गया ना चालू? Students, पोरं गेलेत घ्यायला मॅमला. हम्म. नाही सांगून ठेवलं. काढू. हा तेव्हाच आपण. Yes. म्हणून. We are born as who we are. Gender is something that is imposed on you. This is quoted by Lawrence Cox, an American activist on gender identity. With this opening statement, I, Assistant Professor Ashwini Biradar, would like to set the tone of today's seminar. A very good morning to one and all present here. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of Tirak Maharashtra Vidyapith's Lokmanya Tirak Law College to the one-day national seminar on jostling for recognition, transgender community awaiting justice. On the onset of such an event, firstly, I would like to introduce to you all the legacy of our university, Tirak Maharashtra Vidyapith. Tirak Maharashtra Vidyapith, established in 1921, has its roots firmly laid in the culture and values of Bal Gangadhar Tirak, our great national leader, and is also aware of the growing need of providing modern and updated knowledge and facilities to our students. Till date, several eminent personalities during their visit to the Vidyapith campus have appreciated its uniqueness, amicable culture, and rigorous research work. In the year 2012, Tirak Maharashtra Vidyapith started a law college named Lokmanya Tirak Law College. From its modest beginning, the law college has grown from strength to strength and has matured into premier institution with a student-centric approach and developing law professionals to face the futuristic global challenges of this challenging profession. Apart from the strong foundation of academics and infrastructural facilities, we aim to equip the students with legal armory through exposure to the court and legal practice. Eminent scholars, judges from high courts and supreme courts, and senior advocates are invited to enlighten the students on various contemporary and diverse sociological issues. Without taking any more of your valuable time, we will start with our inaugural session. Now, I would like to call upon the dignitaries on the dais for lighting of the lamp and paying their tributes to the statue of Bal Gangadhar Lokmanya Tilak by garlanding his statue. Thank you all. Moving forward, I would like to call upon our principal and head of the department, Professor Dr. Rohini Honap ma'am, to deliver welcome address and introduce the theme of today's seminar.
Good morning, everyone. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. But nature too sometimes makes a mistake, but society must definitely correct it. Keeping this noble thought in mind, it is with great pleasure and a profound sense of purpose that I warmly welcome you all to this national seminar on a very crucial and contemporary topic, jostling for recognition, the transgender community awaiting justice. As we gather here today, this seminar will serve as a pivotal platform to embark upon a journey of dialogue, understanding, and advocacy for one of the most pressing issues of our times. It is my privilege to cordially welcome our distinguished guest for today. We have with us as the chief guest Ms. Zainab Patel, a transgender person, and the most appropriate person to inaugurate and enhance the tenor of this event. Ms. Zainab is currently working in Mumbai as the Chief Officer for Inclusion and Diversity at Pernod Ricard India Limited. Your presence, ma'am, is truly a matter of pride for our college, and we feel greatly honored by your gracious presence. On behalf of all the students and faculty members, I warmly welcome you, ma'am. I express my gratitude to the Honorable Chancellor, Tirak Maharashtra Vidyapit, Dr. Deepak Tirak Sir, and warmly welcome Dr. Geetali Tirak Ma'am, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Tirak Maharashtra Vidyapit, whose continuous support and guidance makes it possible for us to undertake all the activities of the college. I earnestly thank Dr. Rohit Tirak Sir, Vice President, Tirak Maharashtra Vidyapit, for his ongoing motivation and inspiration. A warm welcome is also extended to all the other dignitaries, Dr. Praniti Tirak Ma'am, Shri Ajit Khadirkar Sir, Secretary of Tirak Maharashtra Vidyapit, and Advocate Kulkarni Sir, and all the other HODs in the audience and the dear students. Every human being is known by his individual identity, and jurisprudentially, legal personality is attached to every natural person at birth. This very legal recognition that affixes itself to every human being is a crucial part of his individuality and personality. A person's sense or experience of gender is integral to their core personality. It is also an integral part of their dignity and sense of being itself. Every person has a right to be recognized in their chosen gender. This right lies at the heart of personal autonomy and freedom of persons. The last census in India, taken quite a few years back, of course, had identified more than 5 lakhs transgender population in India. Of course, this must have grown to a bit till now. Transgender rights are therefore an integral fact and a facet of our shared commitment to equality, dignity, and human rights. However, this very fundamental essence of identity, dignity, and legal personality is marred in context of a transgender person, even in the most advanced communities. The systematic discrimination, marginalization, and exclusion accorded to such persons in almost all walks of life denies the fundamental right of equality and treatment as an equal human being, and the transgender community is still struggling to belong. The term transgender, as opposed to the term cisgender, was first used in the year 1971. Several definitions of this term have developed over a period of time, and no precise definition is still there. The most, you can say, adopted definitions are basically non-identification with or non-presentation as the sex and assumed gender one was assigned at birth is a commonly accepted definition. Even in our ancient Hindu scriptures, particularly the Rig Veda, it mentions Vikrut evam prakriti, or perversity or diversity is what nature is all about, or what seems unnatural is also natural. The Upanishad states that all kinds of sexuality should be fully integrated into the fabric of life. References to the third gender or the third sex or the Tritiya Prakriti have been made in the Narada Smriti and the Sushruta Samhita, denoting persons born as hermaphrodites or intersex. Our ancient Hindu epic, the Ramayana, has several references to the third gender as the individuals who Lord Rama blessed. Of course, with the advent of the Victorian sense of morality, which was imposed in India by the British rule, the transgender community fell out of the mainstream society in India. And in fact, a very disturbing fact took place. An attempt was made to eradicate the Hijra community by placing them under the Criminal Tribes Act of 1871. This law was retitled as an act for the registration of criminal tribes and Inuches, criminalizing all Inuch by one stroke. Since then, the transgender persons have been the subject matter of abuse, ridicule, and mockery, and have been depicted in a very derogatory manner, even in the media, the movies, and many other sources of communication. Never have these individuals received acknowledgement as normal human beings, and never have they been deserved the dignity and treated well as other persons. After independence, of course, several efforts have been made to bring the transgender community within the current legal framework. The Constitution of India, which is said to be the bastion of protection of individual rights and civil liberties, is sex blind. That is to say, the basic principle of equality before the law and equal protection of the law is based on a constitutional mandate that the sex of a person is irrelevant. None of the conditions specified in the Constitution require a determinate sex or gender identity as a precondition for acquiring citizenship or being a voter. The Election Commission of India in recent times has taken special measures to enroll transgender persons as electors. Through a historic move, the Supreme Court of India, for the first time in the year 2009, recognized the third gender by directing the Election Commission to allow transgender people to choose their gender by providing an option of male, female, or other on the ballot forms, thereby allowing them to vote for the first time. A harmonious interpretation of all these constitutional provisions would show that, therefore, there is no conflict or limitation imposed on the concept of person by any of these laws, and a transgender person would undoubtedly fall within the definition of a person. The Registration of Births and Deaths Act of 1969 doesn't mention anything about the sex or gender of a person to be registered in case of birth or death. The act is also gender neutral. These umbrella of rights are definitely there on paper, but they are grossly violated in case of transgender people. On several economic and social and political fronts, the community remains one of the most marginalized and disadvantaged sections of the society even today. I think the discrimination begins at childhood, denial of admissions to school, ridicule by peer schoolmates, and so on. At puberty, reluctance to avail of higher education due to, again, fear of ridicule, ragging. And of course, at adulthood, due to the inaccurate identity documents which deny them various educational and employment facilities. So during each of these transitioning stages, they are hapless victims of stereotypical societal ridicule, humiliation, and ostracism. Even in progressive societies, they are many a times viewed as freaks of nature, or in fact, I would go further to say that they are many a times considered as potential threats to the society. Transgender people experience extreme hostility known as transphobia on a daily basis. Of course, all is not lost yet. An ray of hope for the way ahead is seen at the international level when the UN Declaration on Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity was presented to the United Nations General Assembly in the year 2008. In India, Tamil Nadu has been the first state who has pioneered and established a transgender welfare board in April 2008. Of course, it was the first of its kind, and it sought to address a number of concerns faced by transgender community. It allowed transgenders to enroll in governmental educational institutions and explicitly include the third gender category in the admission forms. They also offered free sex reassignment surgeries, which was performed for the transgenders in selected governmental hospitals. In ration cards, also in Tamil Nadu state, they were the first to introduce the T column in the ration cards. However, even though these small steps have been taken, on the flip side, particularly the criminal law of the land, till now, through Section 377 of the Indian Penal Code of 1860, again a British legacy, criminalized carnal intercourse against the order of nature with any man, woman, or animal, thereby bringing the transgender community under its purview while they are still struggling for their gender identity. However, in the year 2009, in the famous case of NAS Foundation versus Government of NTC of Delhi, the Delhi High Court held that this particular provision of the criminal law constituted a direct infringement of the right of privacy embedded in the essence of Article 21 of the Constitution, which guarantees every person the right of privacy and dignity. Section 377 was interpreted to exclude sexual acts between consenting adults, which hitherto punished transgender people for sexual acts as within the purview of its meaning. This was a stepping stone in the right direction to give transgender some firm rights under the criminal law. However, this small march ahead once again took a giant leap backwards when in Suresh Kumar Kaushal was his NAS Foundation in 2013. Once again, the Supreme Court overruled the NAS Foundation case and gave a major setback to the gender and sexual identity of transgender people, and again left it to the legislature to amend or repeal the impugned Section 377. In the famous Lord Devlin and Professor H.L.A. Hart controversy, or the debate in England which took place as far back as in the last century, Lord Devlin, an eminent jurist, said that the state must acknowledge that there must remain a realm of private morality, which, as he put it, is not the law's business. This approach has been taken towards the delicate step or the relationship between law and morality to be examined. It is being witnessed by the youth present today, when our very own criminal law is now undergoing a phenomenal change. The Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita, which will come into force on the 1st of July 2024, has now repealed the controversial provision of unnatural offenses under Section 377. It has been totally removed on the ground of it being a part of the colonial legacy. But we have to see the fallouts of this. On the face of it, it seems to be a good move. But here we have to remember that when this provision will not exist, then there is no provision for non-sexual, non-consensual sexual offenses against male, female, and transgenders. And it will be a legal gap in the law so far as the protection of the trans persons against sexual violence is concerned. The absence of this section leaves male adults and transgender community vulnerable to sexual assaults without any recourse to the criminal law. The avenue open to these persons of different sexual orientation is now closed in the absence of any criminal law provision that will address it. So given the deeply embedded prejudice against sexual minorities, It is not just sufficient to modify the law without sensitizing, particularly the police force and the society, to these issues. In the marriage equality petition of Supriyo Chakrabarti versus Union of India, in the recent case of 2023, the Supreme Court denied legal recognition to same-sex marriages, reflecting that we have not as yet matured to the level of understanding that we need for bonding and forging relationships through marriage, and these relationships are equally important for the transgender community. The center has enacted the Transgender Persons Protection of Rights Act in 2019. And yet, in the light of the union's omission of 377, it seems to be indicating a plain irreverence or even a lack of the will of the state to do anything for the welfare of this community, and they may face violence in future without recourse to law. Students of law particularly, they must think critically whether these changes reflect the changing limits of tolerance and the morality of the Indian society. Despite an inclusive approach taken for mainstreaming transgender community, there still lies moral failure in society's unwillingness to embrace different identities and expressions and accept within its fold non-conforming people. Seldom a society realizes or cares to realize the trauma, the agony, and the pain which the members of the transgender community undergo, nor appreciate the innate feelings of the members of the community, especially of those whose mind and body disown their own biological sex. We forget that the moral failure lies in the society's unwillingness to contain or embrace gender identities and expressions. A mindset, I think, which we all have to change. It is with great heavy heart that I also want to mention that the state of Maharashtra has not yet passed any state legislation and has failed to create a transgender protection cell in the state. Unfortunately, the momentum achieved so far in legitimization of this transgender identity, it must be taken further ahead with great determination to avoid the travesty of justice to them. It is time to break apart the forced unity of sex and gender and willingly embrace persons of every identity and self-determination. We are looking forward to our chief guest, Ms. Zaina Patel, for shedding light and sharing her first-hand experiences in the upward battle of protections and rights of our brethren community. We are all different, yet we are all God's children. Once again, I welcome you all. Thank you.
Ma'am, we deeply appreciate your warm and gracious welcome speech. With that said, let's now move forward to felicitate today's esteemed chief guest. I would request Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Gitali Tirak Madam, to felicitate today's chief guest, Ms. Zainab Patel. Thank you, Madam. Now, I would like to call upon Assistant Professor Rohan Baudekar to introduce to you all our Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Gitali Tirak Madam.
Good morning, everyone. Respected dignitary on the dais, distinguished guests, esteemed faculty members, and my all fellow students. It is with great honor and enthusiasm that I, Assistant Professor Rohan Baudekar, stand before you to introduce a luminary in the field of academia, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Gitali Tilak Ma'am. With an illustrious lineage and unwavering commitment to educational excellence, Dr. Tilak embodies the very essence of visionary leadership, Dr. Tilak's journey in academia has been marked by a relentless pursuit of innovation and steadfast dedication to fostering academic excellence. With a PhD in management and journalism from Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapith and a repertoire of certifications across various disciplines, her academic prowess is truly remarkable. As a dynamic leader, Dr. Tilak has held several pivotal roles in Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapith, including professor, department head, dean of the mass communication department, and now honorable vice chancellor. Her leadership style, characterized by a clear vision and mission driven approach, has not only propelled the university to new heights, but has also inspired countless students and faculty members alike. Under Dr. Tilak's visionary guidance, Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapith has emerged as a beacon of educational excellence with state-of-the-art facilities and diverse array of cutting-edge courses. Furthermore, Dr. Tilak's dedication to fostering a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship is exemplified by her instrumental role in establishing a department for skill development and entrepreneurship at TMV. Through her visionary leadership, TMV became the first university in India to receive ISO certification 21001:2018, a testament to her unwavering commitment to service excellence. Beyond her academic endeavors, Dr. Tilak is deeply passionate about journalism and media related activities, with numerous publications to her credit. Her contributions to the field have been recognized with numerous awards and accolades, including the prestigious TACCI Award and National Mahila Ratna Gold Medal. In addition to her professional achievements, Dr. Tilak is tireless advocate for social welfare, actively involved in various philanthropic activities, including her dedicated work with the Anath Hindu Mahila Ashram. Her commitment to improving the lives of women and the underprivileged is truly commendable and serves as an inspiration to us all. In closing, I would like to extend a warm welcome to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Gitali Tilak ma'am, and I invite her to share her views with all of us. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
A very good morning, chief guest for today, Ms. Jahna Patel, dignitaries on the dais, and all my dear participants. It's a very, I'm feeling very happy that the Law Department has organized this one-day national seminar on jostling for recognition, transgender community awaiting justice. As you know that we are from Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapith, and which was started in the memory of Lokmanya Bal Gangadhar Tilak. He always believed that the society needs to be, you need to create awareness within the society about all the factors which are affecting the society for getting the freedom or also for getting the justice. But unfortunately, even after 75 years of the freedoms, getting freedom, we are still thinking about imposing such laws to make people understand that these are also a part of our society. So even in those days, there was untouchability, there was casteism, and now this new thing has also come up. Even it was there that time also, but then I'm happy that now people are started actually thinking about it, and we all are pondering upon it, that how this can be they can be a part of our society. So this seminar stands as a testament to our commitment to fostering intellectual discourse and addressing critical societal issues. As we explore the intricacies of justice for the transgender community, it's crucial to reflect on the principles of gender equity and underpin our society. Lokmanya Tilak, an emblem of wisdom, once remarked that the society must first accept before it applies the law. So this sentiment resonates deeply with our mission here at Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapith. We recognize the significance of creating awareness and fostering acceptance as pivotal steps towards ensuring justice and equality for all individuals, irrespective of their gender identity. Furthermore, despite the strides we have made since attaining independence, it is disheartening to acknowledge that caste and gender discrimination persist in our society even today. Tirak Maharashtra Vidyapith has taken it upon itself to address this issue head on. Through initiatives like today's seminar, we aim to instill gender sensitivity among the youth, the torchbearers of tomorrow. By nurturing their understanding and empathy, we pave the way for a more inclusive and just society. At Tirak Maharashtra Vidyapith, we firmly believe in the transformative power of education. We view our role not merely as educators, but as facilitators of societal change. By nurturing young minds and imbuing them with the sense of social responsibility, we contribute to the betterment of our society and the future of India. Our endeavors today are not just academic pursuits, they are integral to shaping a more equitable and compassionate world. As we engage in discussions and deliberations throughout this seminar, let us reaffirm our commitment to justice, equality, and inclusiveness. Let us harness the collective power of knowledge and empathy to bring about tangible change in the life of the marginalized communities, including our transgender brothers and sisters. So, thank you very much, and hope this seminar will help you understand and make a societal change. You are the future of tomorrow. So, let us start from today so even you can create a better India tomorrow. Thank you.
Madam, we are grateful for your inspiring views. Thank you. Now, I would like to call upon Assistant Professor Rucha Shinde to introduce to you all the chief guest for today's seminar, Ms. Zainab Patel.
Good morning, everyone. It is with immense pleasure and honor I, Assistant Professor Rucha Shinde, stand before you today to introduce and extend a warm welcome to Zainab Patel, a beacon of inspiration and a trailblazer in the realm of diversity, inclusion, and social entrepreneurship. Born in Mumbai, Zainab Patel represents courage, resilience, and unwavering commitment to championing the rights and dignity of marginalized communities, particularly the transgender community. As a petitioner in landmark cases such as the National Legal Services Authority versus Union of India case on transgender rights and the marriage equality case, Zainab has played a pivotal role in shaping legal discourse and advocating for justice and equality. Currently serving as the Chief Inclusion and Diversity at Pernod Ricard India, Zainab brings a wealth of experience and expertise to her role. Her previous tenure as the Director Diversity and Inclusion at KPMG speaks volumes about her dedication to fostering inclusive workplaces and societies. Zainab's academic background is as impressive as her professional journey. Holding an MBA in HR, she has leveraged her knowledge and skills to drive impactful initiatives in health, human rights, and social development. Her tenure as the National Manager, Health and Human Rights at UNDP Country Office in India and as a Regional Policy Analyst on Human Rights in Asia reflects her deep-seated commitment to effecting positive change on a global scale. But Zainab's contribution extend far beyond the corporate and institutional spheres. She is a visionary social entrepreneur dedicated to creating opportunities and empowerment for the transgender and non-binary community. Through her initiatives, the Trans Cafe and the Transformation Salon, she has provided employment and dignity to 18 individuals, paving the way for a more inclusive society. Furthermore, Zainab's affiliation as the Kamal Nayan Bajaj Fellow and her involvement in the Aspen Global Leadership Network highlight her stature as a leader committed to driving sustainable change and fostering dialogue across diverse platforms. As we gather here today to discuss important issues facing our society, let us welcome Zainab Patel with the utmost respect and gratitude for her invaluable contributions. Please join me in giving a warm round of applause to Zainab Patel, ma'am, a true leader and change maker. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Professor Rucha, for the very kind words of introduction. सगळ्यांना नमस्कार. माझं नाव झैनब पटेल आहे आणि मी तुमच्यासारखीच महाराष्ट्राची लेक आहे. And I'm very proud to be part of this very august gathering today. But let me start with a very humble prayer. आपण सगळं काही दरवर्ष आपण गुरुवंदना करतो आणि गुरुवंदना करता करता आपण फक्त एकच स्टॅन्झा वाचून सोडून देतो. But I love researching on Sanskrit text, and when I was studying Oriental science and literature, I realized that India, that is Bharat, has such rich tapestry of worshipping our Guru. And I wanted to actually start off by doing one short stanza from Guru Vandana, and it is my favorite, and I generally use this as an opening line for all of my speeches and interactions. And it says that Om Agyana Timirandasya Gyananjana Shalakya Chakshurunmalitamena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namah. And what does that mean? I offer my obeisances to my Guru. Who is a Guru? Someone who's opened my eyes, which were darkened by the darkness of ignorance with the coryllium of knowledge. So to all the Gurus on the stage, in the auditorium, and everyone who has blessed me by opening my eyes and who will bless me in the future by continuing to open my eyes to the future of infinite possibilities, my obeisances to them. There is a saying in the Rig Veda that within infinite myths, the Vedas, Puranas, and all the Sahitas put together an infinite, web of stories. Some people call it myth, some people call it history, we call it reality. And within this infinite myth, there is an eternal truth for all of us. But somebody also said that Varuna, the god of water, has 1,000 eyes. Indra, the god of the heavens, has 100. You and I just have 2. That means with very limited sensory perception, we have to grasp so many issues that concern human consciousness. And that is exactly what I want to talk about today, the problem of human consciousness. I will start off with something that Dr. Rohini mentioned today, the human rights principles. Many years ago, I had the good fortune of working with the United Nations for a little more than a decade. And one of the biggest achievements that I thought the United Nations as an organization brought together was the Declaration of Human Rights. Among the many declarations and the many principles, I thought the first principle is what I truly believe, agree, endorse, and hopefully will be totally aligned with for the rest of my life. And it says that the idea of human rights rests on just one central premise, that all humans are equal. It doesn't say they are more equal than me or you are in the front runner than me. It says all humans are equal. And it follows from the fact that everyone has dignity and all of us should be treated equal. And treated equal in what? In rights and responsibilities. And we'll come to that during the tenor of my speech. And anything that undermines this concept of dignity is a violation. For the longest period of time, various marginalized communities, including the transgender community, have constantly faced this barrage of violations. But for me, as an Indian, as someone who believes in the Constitution of India, as someone who believes in the values and principles taught by our nationalist leaders and freedom fighters, anything that violates the principle of equality paves the road for discrimination, for injustice, and for grievous offenses. I'm sure as people associated with the law fraternity, as young law students or lawyers or social activists or academics, all of you have read and aligned with the Indian Constitution. But I'm just going to read the preamble and parts which make sense to me. What does it say? It mandates justice. In what sense? Social, economic, and political equality of status for all. It doesn't say for men only, or for women only, or for animals only, or for rivers only. It says for all. The right for equality before the law and equal protection under the law is guaranteed among many articles. Basically, I'm going to look at just two, Article 14 and Article 21 of our Constitution. But what does the preamble in its three elements, social, economic, and political social justice, mean to us? The Constitution says that it aims to create a society without discrimination based on caste, creed, gender, religion, and other grounds. And are we talking only about gender in its traditionalist sense, or are we talking about gender as we see it and experience it today? Economic. People cannot discriminate based on wealth, income, and economic status. And on the political front, they say that people have an equal, free, and fair right to participate in the political opportunities without discrimination. Now, let me tell you a small story. We always think that transgender people or the Hijra community or the Kinnair community or the various identities, they suffer only because of what the British brought in. Of course, a large part of our legacy of harassment comes from that. But it actually started when different people came to conquer India. Whether it was the Turks, it was the Muslims, Mughals, it was everyone else who came to establish a kingdom based on the principles and religious edicts that they follow. Sometimes people say, oh, in the past, you all were, harem keepers. I don't think there's any glory in being a harem keeper or a gatekeeper to the heaven. Like, kisko chowkidar, kisi aur ka harem mein chowkidar banna pasand hai. I don't think that's an issue of glory, even if it's a highly paid job. I would rather be a prime minister. Then, as the various Mughal dynasties phased out of India, some very harsh, some mellow, and with it came the Dutch, the Portuguese, the Brits, and they brought in Victorian morals. They brought in an idea which was based on inequality. They brought in an idea which was alien to India and the concept of Bharat and the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Now, it was not that everything was hunky-dory and everything went off well before. But as very rightly pointed out by Dr. Rohini ma'am, that in the Narada Sahita, in the Sushruta's literature, in Jain literatures, there are more than 30 identities of trans people that are documented. Where is that rich history gone? Where we celebrated Brihanala, where we celebrated Shikhandi, all of those rich traditions somehow have got lost. Today, we so proudly talk about the legacy of Ram. And when Sri Rama blessed us, you totally forget that part. We are regaled to just being on the streets now. And this has come in and got concretized during the British. So in 1871, when the British brought the Criminal Tribes Act, let me bring your attention to what actually happened. See, we human beings have got very little consciousness of what has happened in the past, right? We have totally forgotten COVID appropriate behavior, wave after wave after wave. 2 years ago, this area would have been a ghost town. COVID, we started wearing masks, we saw that, we had empathy, all of that is forgotten. All of that is forgotten in a country which experienced so much of debt, disparity, economic regression, etc. during COVID. How can we remember something that has happened 175 years ago? So what the British did was very clever. They wanted to curb insurgency. They caught all of these groups, gypsies, nomad, trans people like us. They called us eunuchs because the Bible called us so. They had such blatant disregard. So the word transgender had not yet, so someone might wonder why eunuchs, because it's a biblical term and the term transgender was not coined that time. So what they said is that anyone belonging to these communities, gypsies, nomads, tribes, certain tribes, eunuchs, by birth they are criminal. So if you're born in those tribes or you're part of the tribes, you are a criminal whether you choose to do an offense on. Now, how horrifying is that? Now, what does it mean? It meant that people like us couldn't dress up like the way we do. No impersonating women. No, there is this big myth and misconception that we steal children. They said no keeping young children with you all. No moving from one place to another means you are a tadipar. You can't go from one place to another without signing a register of citizens. In different provinces of India, this actually led to the transgender community dying of starvation. Then the British had to repeal certain segments of their own act to allow people, because people were dying out of hunger. If you've seen this movie Begum Jan and stuff like that, which talks about the partition of India and certain trans groups supporting them, you will realize that this part of history is totally obliterated in everyone's mind. Why? Because nobody cares. Oh, it happened to one section of society. Anyways, they are useless. Then came New Age India. Do you know it took 10 years after independence to repeal the Criminal Tribes Act? It took 75 years of India's independence to bring in the Protection of Transgender Persons Act. And what does this act say? Very interesting. You have to understand this. What if I tell you all can't enter this building? What if I tell you all to be yourself, to wear the clothes you choose to be? You need protection under law. Well, what if I tell you to change the name to the name you prefer? You need protection under the law. What if I tell you that in order to give you access to housing, you need protection under the law? In order for people not to harass you, physically harm you, you need protection under the law. Which country are we living in? This is our own country, India. And this is exactly what the law of 2019, the Protection of Transgender Persons Act, actually specifies, that trans people have the right to movement. They have the right to the same colonies that you live in. There is right to non-discrimination. There is right to identity. There is right to getting access to law. And if somebody discriminates you or beats you up, in addition to other criminal provisions, we will prosecute them. Imagine 75 years of a progressive nation, of a democratic nation, of a secular republic country needing to bring in this law. Why? Because for hundreds of years, my community has been discriminated, harassed, murdered by people of your community. And I'm saying this without any biasness or shame or remorse. I'm sure you all have seen, or a large portion of you all have seen this movie, Kashmir Files, right? Kashmir Files talks about how Kashmiri Pandits were vindicated by Islamic terrorists who reclaimed the valley, etc., and they drove them out. Some of them picked up arms. But imagine that community, and we feel sympathy for the Kashmiri Pandits, but nobody feels sympathy for us. Till today, there are so many suicides, homicides that happen to people, and yet we never get. And yet, as a community, we still believe in the process of law. We still believe in equality. We still believe in the Republic of India. We still believe in democracy. We still believe that politicians someday will wake up to the reality and will not. And we have not picked up arms to fight for equality. We've picked up the law to fight for equality. If there is any more law-abiding, law-believing citizen of this country, it is us. Until 2010, it's very funny. What does a citizen of a country do? Of course, they have rights. They can move, they can buy property, they can settle down, they are protected under various legislation, found a family, economic activity, vote for the government, get counted. All of this didn't exist for our community. We had to go to court to even say that, do we have the right to vote? Some of you may have relatives who have migrated to Australia, New Zealand, Canada, America, the UK, and other countries, and the European Union. And what does first happen? You get a green card, you go there, you get access to social security, benefits, etc. But you don't get the right to vote. Only when you become a citizen, you get the right to vote. But imagine we are citizens of this country. We lived here, we are born here, we live our lives and we die here. But it took us a court case to find out even if we have the right to vote. And this was filed in the Madras High Court, of all places. Then could we stand for elections? And then do we have the right to equality? I had the good fortune of working with UNDP, the United Nations Development Program, as the national manager for health and human rights. And one of the topics that we chose for, especially because of my own identity, was on the national seminar that we did along with the National Legal Services Authority on Transgender. The law in 2012, everyone came in, the chief justices, the Supreme Court, everyone was very happy. Oh, for the first time we've done this, etc. And I had one ask from the Supreme Court and the judges: when will justice be served to us? When will we counted as equal? Not a first as equal or equals among equal. We just wanted to, when will we be understood as equals? People said, bring us cases. Now imagine you're telling the victimized, bring us cases and we'll give you justice. First of all, for the victim to even understand there is a justice redressal process, going to the police, then going to a high court, and then going to the Supreme Court. How many of us have time, resources, energy, and the will to do it? Probably 1 in 10 people. But then I decided to write a letter to NALSA, and they, in their constitution of NALSA, they have a provision for a special justice litigation. I basically implored NALSA that since they take suo motu cognizance of so many issues, the last issue at around that time was they looked into the widows of Vrindavan, and they filed a special justice litigation. I said, चलो अभी ये भी चीज करके देख लो, आपने तो इतना बड़ा national seminar किया है. And that's in 2014 that 2013 that they filed the impleadment, and then NALSA being NALSA, they kept the community out. So I went in as an impleader with Gauri, with Lakshmi, and other transgender activists. We won the case. We knew we were going to win. In that courtroom, only 2 trans people were there, and we cried when the justices were reading out their judgment. For the first time, we felt, I am an equal among equal. I am your peer. I am your fellow citizen. I am a Bharatiya citizen. And when in 2014, the Supreme Court ruled in the favor of NALSA versus the Union of India, what was it only saying? That all of what we were asking were actually protected under the Constitution. It reminded me what Justice A.P. Shah said in the judgment that you quoted of June 2009 of Delhi High Court, where he says that courts do not confer rights, they merely confirm it. So in that confirmation of law that we are equal citizens, someone said you're third gender. But who's first gender? Can someone tell me this? Is it the women? Is it the men? And who decided who's first or second? So what was seen as Tritiya Pakruti or became Tritiya Panti became the third gender. But in understanding who created the first and second gender, no one has an answer to that. In 2018, the Supreme Court also decriminalized same-sex consenting same-sex relationship. Now, I am not going to touch upon Section 377. A lot has been said. But all of these victories, then we decided to take the government to court again in the marriage equality case. And the trans people like me made a very simple plead. And some of us who wish to get married as trans people are now said that we can get married under all of the existing laws. So under the Hindu Marriage Act, under the Special Marriages Act, etc. We are supposed, the taste of the pudding is in eating it, they say. So tomorrow, if I decided to get married to someone of my choice, I should be equally be able to go, just like all of you would, to a court of law, to a marriage registrar, to a gurudwara, to a church, to a masjid, to a temple, and get married. Now, ye hota hai ki nahi? That time will tell. But so much more needs to be done. The week that the marriage equality case verdict was out, that week itself saw 7 suicides across the country of trans people. I work on a project called the Trans Murder Monitoring Project, which kind of looks at both homicide and suicide cases. And the number of cases that we see either get recorded either as male, female, or indeterminate, the police and the hospitals are so eager to get rid of the body because we are just a body for them. A body without a name, without an identity, without a social standing. In the last 2 years, you will have also seen Uttarakhand High Court or the Madras High Court, whether they talked about recognizing the right to marriage. But what is, apart from the right to marriage, what am I looking at today? I'm looking at being your contemporary and most importantly, to be given that equal opportunity. Very rightly pointed out by the speakers before me that when we talk about equality, what does it mean? Equal opportunity. But in a country with a billion plus people, can real equal opportunity come to all? How do we grade it? किसी ने कहा कि पढ़ाई करनी चाहिए. But how much do you study? Someone said, oh, we don't mind hiring trans people if they're equally qualified. But if you were equally qualified, what would stop you from hiring us? That is the reason we need affirmative action. How many trans politicians do you see? None. There may be a few panchayat leaders. There is a trans mayor somewhere, but no MLA today, no MP today, no elected member to the Rajya Sabha today. Until a couple of years ago, they had provisions for Anglo-Indians to be sent to the Rajya Sabha, an edict of the British time, but they didn't want it. Until today, no government. I had the good or the bad fortune of working with last UPA 1, UPA 2, NDA 1. No government has said we'll send one trans person representative as a either at an MLC level or an MP level and see them as part of restoring some dignity to them, because we are not a vote bank. But what we are for all of you is a case study in how progressive a society can be. So this is what I want to actually leave you with, some thoughts in terms of how do I go see myself in the next 10 years. Today we have pilots, engineers, doctors, lawyers, one person who's in the Orissa financial services, some aspiring to become clear UPSC and hopefully also in the future become IAS officers, and some aspiring politicians. Now, while aspiring IAS officers or UPSC folks is something to be seen, I have not been able to see how governments have been able to affirm this. Maharashtra, my own state, when the erstwhile Congress government was in place, we did a major program. We brought 2,000 people to Yashwantrao Chauhan auditorium in Bombay. And the then Prime Minister, Prithviraj Chauhan, said that I am the CM for all. And they brought in a GO to that effect on starting a policy. But unfortunately, due to changing priorities, changing landscapes, and changing situations, none of it was implemented. Imagine a financial capital of India with the best resources. We are not able to, we are still behind states like Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan and Telangana and Andhra Pradesh and Chennai and Kerala. Even Karnataka is doing better than us in terms of welfare schemes. And we are still talking about non-discrimination in educational institutions. It took the government 4 years. In 2019, they passed the Transgender Protection Act. Under the rules of that act, they are supposed to form a equal opportunity policy and a non-discrimination. It took the government 4 years to form their own policy. So this is the state of affairs that we have today. And that is why I look to you as fellow citizens, because I'm a firm believer in hope. With a population of so many people, India has millions of people who identify as trans. We've not had a census now in 14 years. I was deputed to the government when the census happened, and I worked with MOPSI. MOPSI is the Ministry of Statistics Program Planning, which does the caste census. Which does the census. And what is this? This 500,000, 486,000 people, or 500,000 people, or whatever, 10 times that number. What is the size? We are bigger than Netherlands, bigger than so many other European countries. And this population may not be a big vote bank, but in this way, this also let us know that when I went to court, someone told me, oh, you all are urban elitists. You all have come here to harass the government. When we give you all rights, you all will molest people in washrooms. And you just need to give an excuse for men to wear female clothing and go and harass women or young girls in a women's washroom. And I just turned around and told that gentleman, can you tell me one place where women or girl or babies are not sexually harassed across gender? In the church, in the masjid, in the temple, outside that, in the hospital, in the graveyard, in the home, outside the home, in education institutions, on the street, in buses, outside buses, in trains, in flights. Some religious texts also tell you that once you attain nirvana, you go and enjoy with women also out there. So in no place ever, in a sari, in a salwar kameez, in a dress, in a skirt, in a diaper wearing 80-year-old to a diaper wearing 8-month-old, all women, girls, babies have been sexually harassed with people from your community, not mine. And yet people tell us that we are urban elitists. We are trying to change the status quo. Yes, we are trying to change the status quo to make you realize that we are all equal in front of law. And no matter, when I started off my journey as a young trans person and I told my mother about it, because I was sexually harassed by my uncle and my cousin for 4 years, I started stammering. In school, I started having suicidal thoughts. I cut my hand, I drank poison, and I reached the ICU. For 2 years, I was under physiotherapy. And my parents told me, let's get you prayed over. You'll get okay. You'll get fine. It took me immense effort to go ahead and be myself, because I don't know if I had to just be the person my parents or my society wanted me to be, would I be in front of you today talking about my achievements and asking you to be path bearers of that change, to be beacons of what. But when I see this hall, I also see how tolerant and accepting Bharat has become in all of you all. Because you are more educated. I think Dr. Rohini did a fantastic job. She took half of my talking points away. How much more aware you are, how much more built in you are. Today, we see so many people taking the governments to court. In our own Maharashtra, we fought for reservations. Even when the court told the government, they said, we will not implement reservation for trans people in the police or elsewhere. But I am not afraid of them. We survived the Mughals, we survived the British, we will survive this also. Because we have people like you to support us. And moving forward, there is a long way to go, but the future will get better for us. And as Sri Bal Gangadhar Tilak said, the problem is not the lack of resources or capability, but the lack of will. But people like you who are sitting on a hot Saturday morning, afternoon, evening to listen to a topic which may not be something that you intently passionate about is something to say that yes, there is will. And as Eleanor Roosevelt said, that the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. And I believe in the beauty of my dreams. Irrespective of what people tell me, I will fight for my community, and my community is all of you all. And the only thing that I would implore you and the Education Institute, Tilak Marathi Vidyapeeth, is to create opportunities like this. Recognize us, institute under the law department, maybe a chair to look at issues of historically marginalized communities, and established maybe in the future a honorary doctorate to someone from the community, because that is real key recognition, that it means that you are firmly instituting within your institution the belief that everyone is born free and equal. And I will stop with one शेर from Faiz Ahmad Faiz, who says, दिल नाउमी तो नहीं नाकामी तो है, लंबी है गम की शाम पर शामी तो है. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for such an enriching and enlightening address, and also for guiding us in respect of various aspects and challenges faced by the transgender community. We need to definitely reflect upon how society must change its attitude positively towards this community. Thank you. I once again call upon Assistant Professor Rucha Shinde to propose the vote of thanks and conclude this inaugural session.
As we draw the curtains on this enlightening and thought-provoking national level seminar on jostling for recognition, transgender community awaiting justice, I stand here with a profound sense of gratitude and fulfillment. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed speaker, Honorable Chief Guest, Ms. Zaina Patel, for sharing her invaluable insight and expertise on the complexities surrounding the issues faced by the transgender community. Your wisdom has undoubtedly enriched our understanding and ignited a collective call to action towards justice and inclusivity. Thank you for accepting our invitation and for being here with us today. Thank you so much for sparing your valuable time from your busiest schedule to grace the occasion. And we are grateful to our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Deepak Tilak sir, who has always encouraged us to organize such events. I extend my deepest gratitude to Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Geetali Tilak Madam, for her continuous support and motivation. A special thanks to our Vice President, TMV Trust, Dr. Rohit Tilak sir, for being the guiding path for such events. I would also take this opportunity to thank Dr. Praniti Tilak ma'am, who constantly encourage us in organizing such events. Also, I would like to extend my thanks to our Dean Sir, Advocate Harshad Nimbalkar Sir, for their constant support. A special word of thanks to Registrar Ma'am, Dr. Suvarna Sathe Ma'am, and Secretary Sir, Mr. Ajit Kharilkar Sir, for their generous support. I also thank Dr. Rohini Honap Ma'am, Principal and HOD, who is always mentoring the entire faculties of Law Department. I also thank the comparer for the inaugural session, Assistant Professor Ashwini Biradar, who has beautifully led us through the session. I hope we continue to work like this and organize such events in the future for the betterment and upliftment of our student. Last but not the least, this national seminar would not have been successful if there was no participation of students and faculties. We thank you all for your participation. In closing, let us carry forward the knowledge, insight, and inspiration gained from the seminar and translate them into meaningful actions that fosters positive change and empowerment for the transgender community. Together, let us continue to champion their rights, amplify their voices, and pave the way towards a brighter and more equitable future for all. Thank you once again, and may we all remain dedicated in our pursuit of justice, recognition, and equality of every individual, regardless of gender identity or expression. Thank you so much.
Yes. Students, please be seated as we are starting with our first technical session very shortly. मॅम इथे तुमचा सगळ्यांचा एक घेऊन मग सगळ्या फॅकल्टीजचा आणि तुमचा असं इथे हा तुमचा आधी सगळ्यांचा घेऊन मग मी फॅकल्टीज येस मॅम
Students, be seated. Wait.
Law Department faculties, please come on the stage. Law Department faculties. आ जाओ ना. आ जाओ. Students, please maintain silence. Oh, Dada. म्हणते ओ मॅम 2च खुर्च्या करायच्या ना आता तेच सांगते 2च खुर्च्या रजिस्ट्रेशन साठी Students, please take your seat and don't leave the auditorium. व्हाईट वाली व्हाईट पर्स कोणाची आहे मॅडम हो Students, please maintain the decorum. हे बघा फर्स्ट सेशन मध्ये आता मी म्हणणार फर्स्ट सेशन मग मॅमला सांगणार त्यांचं फेलिसिटेशन करायला थँक्यू मग मी तुम्हाला बोलवणार हॅलो मॅम हॅलो खाली ठेवूया का काय तुम्हाला इथे घेऊन बसायचं पर्स पर्स राहू दे माझं स्पीच राहू दे तुझ्याकडे काय ठीक आहे फोन तुम मग पर्स ठेव आणली ना हे करायला Students, you're not allowed to leave the auditorium. Please take a seat. We are starting with the first technical session. Students, be seated. We are starting with a technical session. Now we begin with our first session for the day. I call upon our principal and head of department, Professor Dr. Rohini Honap ma'am, to felicitate our first resource person, Professor Dr. Jyoti Bhakre. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to call upon Assistant Professor Ketki Darvi to introduce to you all Professor Dr. Jyoti Bhakre.
Good morning to one and all present here. Today, on behalf of Tirak Maharashtra Vidyapit Pune, I take immense pleasure in welcoming you all for this session. We are highly privileged to have renowned resource person, Dr. Jyoti Bhakre ma'am with us today, who will share her thoughts on gender affirmative care, transgender health, and human rights. With over 32 years of professional experience, Dr. Jyoti Bhakre ma'am is a distinguished authority in the realms of health law and corporate law. Holding LLM and PhD degree, ma'am was former HOD of the Law Department, Savitribai Phule, Pune University. She is serving as professor and she is academic council member at SPPU Pune. Her expertise spans wide range of legal domains, including medical negligence, litigation, healthcare management, and policy formulation. Ma'am commenced her legal career as an advocate after completing her BSL LLB with first-class honors. Over the years, she has amassed extensive experience practicing in diverse legal matters, ranging from civil and criminal cases to matrimonial affairs and consumer complaints. Her proficiency in medical negligence litigation and healthcare law led her to become a sought-after consultant in these fields. She is the author of the acclaimed book, An Introduction to Health Law, which serves as a reference text for various medical sciences disciplines. Dr. Bhakre ma'am's involvement in academia extends beyond teaching. She has been an integral part of statutory and administrative bodies at SPPU Pune and has served on academic council and committees of multiple universities as well. As a member of prestigious organizations like World Association of Medical Law, ma'am contribute significantly to the advancement of legal frameworks in healthcare. Her advisory roles to the government of Maharashtra on matters concerning medical education and health policies underscore her influence in shaping legislative agendas. Ma'am is deeply committed to the legal ethics and social responsibility. She is actively engages in pro bono legal aid activities through initiatives like the Free Legal Aid Center in Pune, catering to patients and doctors facing legal disputes. Additionally, she is involved in guiding doctoral students. Several students have completed their PhD successfully under her mentorship. Her scholarly contributions are vast, with 49 research papers published in esteemed national, international, and state-level journals and conferences. Her research projects reflects her interdisciplinary approach, addressing critical issues such as impact of legal regimes on hospital administration and the evaluation of women's property rights under Hindu law. Bakre ma'am offers consultancy and training services in health law and related areas, including medical education, public health policy, and laws governing healthcare practices. Her expertise encompasses a wide range of topics from regulatory frameworks such as MTP Act and PCP-NDT Act to bioethics, clinical trials, and intellectual property rights in healthcare. With her extensive knowledge and experience, ma'am continues to be guiding force in shaping legal discourse in the realm of health and corporate law, both academically and professionally. We are very fortunate and happy to have you here, ma'am, today. I would like to request respected Dr. Jyoti Bakre, ma'am, to enlighten the gathering with her rich experience. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for such a generous introduction. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers, to mention specifically Dr. Rohini Honap, ma'am, who formerly was my colleague from DES Law College, and of course, all the participants over here. Just now we have listened to Ms. Jaina Patel, and after listening to her, I thought that I am nobody. Rather, talking when she is in my front, it's little difficult for me to relate to really the pains these persons have gone through, and then talking about any of the topics that is related to us, I think that is going to be very flat. So I acknowledge, ma'am, your expertise in this, and let me see and say something that I have studied in my overall course of journey. Okay, the topic that is given today to me is gender affirmative care, transgender health, and human rights. Overall, my course of discussion will go in this way. So far, what are the rights of this community? Perhaps you might have studied in your course of studies. Dr. Honap ma'am also must have covered certain points in that regard. And after having known these rights, and when we all know that these rights, nobody has conferred on them, these rights are inbuilt because they are human beings. In spite of that, what happens? The community has to fight for those rights. When we are going to talk specifically in this session about the rights under healthcare regime, what is included in that? How do they have to suffer because the ecosystem is not allowing them to enjoy their rights? Okay, so that's why we are going to see how these human rights are denied to them, and then what is further solution, whether the law has really addressed those issues. That is how we are going to see. Let's go ahead. Look at this picture. What do you find in this? Okay, that is all about their right relating to health. We all have studied under Article 21. What right do we have? Right to life. That includes right to health. And when we enjoy our right to health as a part of right to life, we should not be discriminated against anybody, anything. So what is to be done then? Look at the system, at what levels we need to work upon in order to ensure that right to health. Because there are so many systemic errors and other determinants that are about health, whereby because of those determinants, the right to health is denied. So what are they? We are going to see all that. It's not possible overall to discuss about each and every point over that, but you just have a look at what levels we need to work upon. Is it visible last row? I don't know. Okay, let's go ahead. So we have to work upon our biases. When I say we, every element of the society, may they be the healthcare workers when it comes to making that ecosystem that is conducive for their enjoyment of right to health as a part of human right. And then we need to work upon so many things. As we have already seen that the population, according to 2011 census, was almost up to more than 4 crores. It has also certainly increased over a period of almost 15 years thereafter. Thank you. Now I'm comfortable. Am I audible? So you can see here what is been the situation over or across various states. For these rights, as has rightly been said by Patel ma'am. Okay, so when we are talking about transgender health, there are a number of primary and secondary and tertiary elements that are responsible for ensuring at the same time denying their right to health. Especially the socio-economic determinants. When we are talking about health, health is such a multidisciplinary factor that there are so many bearings on that particular element of health, or say, especially when we talk about socio-economic determinants. Poverty, then their identity, the law in that regard, absence of law, or the law that is so that it is not imparting justice to them. Then apart from that, there are so many things like employment, education, and so on. All that has bearing on their status, that has bearing on their health. And when we are talking about health, health is, according to WHO, health is not just a state of physical well-being. It equally includes mental health. So when we are talking about health, it includes almost all dimensions of health. Do we think in that way when we make our policies or law? We need to rethink. So trans people worldwide experience substantial health disparities and barriers. What are these barriers? Okay, there are a range of issues. As we have seen these socio-economic determinants, we cannot achieve all those goals, maybe relating to sustainable development, maybe relating to justice, maybe relating to all those values that we have imbibed in our constitution. We won't be able to reach those goals unless we remove these barriers, and for that affirmative action is necessary. So perhaps one may say, who have denied them enjoy their own rights? We people. So can they enjoy their own rights unless we remove the barriers? Yes, we certainly need to work upon those barriers. Look, you can look at these statistics, health statistics. When we say we deny, what is the result? 42% trans young people encounter mental health and other medical services who did not understand, respect, or have previous experience with gender diverse people. I would certainly once again like to thank the organizers for having chosen such a subject in order to educate we people For this seminar also, I had to learn a lot. Once again, unlearn some certain things and then freshly learn certain things. So, because of this seminar, we all people are going to get to learn something. Okay, 20% of the clients felt that they needed to educate the service providers on their specific needs. What are the specific needs of this community? So many are the needs. And these service providers, especially when we are talking about right to health, the service providers come not just from healthcare sector, but other related sectors also. How far are they trained? Have we ever seen that the medical curriculum or nursing curriculum has included something relating to the health of transgender people? So far, nothing was done in India and of course elsewhere as well. 33% of the community people experience discrimination as a part of their cancer care as a result of being all this. 17% of such participants reported experiencing a time in the past 12 months when they had struggled to manage their alcohol use or a time where it negatively impacted their everyday life. And it goes on with such statistics. Okay, just have a look. I need not talk upon each and every point, but from all such statistics, it's seen that yes, a large percentage of the community is denied their right and their right to justice as well for various reasons. Now you see, what are the effects, factors as well as the effects? Okay, overall, this picture can be, say, a crux of this session. There are so many factors that are responsible for affecting their health negatively, maybe mental health as well as physical health. So many are the factors. Internal stresses, internalized factors, anticipated stigma, identity non-disclosure, because we don't let these people feel comfortable while they are living in the society. And that's why that certainly has impact upon them, for which they themselves have to struggle. Then there are external factors also, like we have seen the socio-economic determinants, like that there are so many external factors. Ultimately, all this has impact upon their psychology. And then they have to suffer a lot from the symptoms that are seen in the form of anxiety, depression, and the mental health related issues as such. And that's where the behavioral disparities also are seen. And that's why we have to work on all these factors, okay, at interpersonal level, structural and systemic level. And that's why we have to work holistically. I have used the word ecosystem. That ecosystems concerns all these barriers that come from within and then outside as well. Is it the problem of the adults also? What about the children in schools? How are they treated? Are the students in the school sensitized in this regard? Are the teachers sensitized and trained in this regard? Are the parents sensitized about how to handle the issues of the children? How to identify? Does anybody know? A big question before everyone. And that's why we have to work on all such levels. When we say that these people deserve to get justice, see what are the various levels where we need to work upon. Come to barriers. We have already seen that there are so many determinants, so many barriers. What are these barriers? When we are talking about healthcare, so many are there. Range of systemic barriers. All those who are associated with the system. Who are associated with the system? When we talk about physical health, yes, healthcare providers, mental health, yes, healthcare providers, but they are not alone. There are others also who need to help overall the system to remove these barriers. Public health campaigns that are not inclusive of LGBTQI. So what are these barriers? Again, we have to think of. They may be right from entry into certain places, letting them live like a normal human being, and so on. Okay, so attitudes. Attitudes, what kinds of attitudes? Simple example I give. A person wants to be physically examined. Maybe for various sake. Okay, may it be during the course of education, may it be during the course of entry into any employment. We want fitness certificate for various purposes. The person needs to be examined by the doctor. When he enters into the cabin of the doctor, does he feel assured, safe? What kind of examination is going to be conducted? Does it generate anxiety in his mind? How to make him calm? Are the health service providers trained in that regard? I happen to talk to many of the doctors, and very few of them were aware about it. Why? Because many of them say that okay, we have never thought in this way. And that's why it so happens that the people from this community hesitate to go to the doctors and try to cure or work upon their ailments on their own and resort to many non-medical things, non-medical procedures. And that's why we have to think when we are talking about human rights, we have to think whether such services are accessible, affordable, available, and are rendering justice to them. Why? Because these are the basic things associated with human rights. Accessible. Do we have separate places for these people? Just now, it came into the talk of ma'am. Do we have separate wards for these people in hospitals? We don't see that. Do we? Do they have separate washrooms? We don't see that. Do they need it? We never thought about it. So what about accessibility? What about availability? Do we have any policy making for that purpose? Do we make infrastructure for that? Policy at place. Now in my university, I doubt whether I have such policy. I don't know whether you have such policy in your university. Everything has bearing related to this. Then we all know that they are targeted for violence and harassment. They are likely to contract HIV. There is risk for mental health concern, discriminatory treatment, and all these things. And when we look at these barriers, we find that barriers to transgender healthcare, we can see that 49% more likely to be living with HIV. 39% transgender individuals report experiencing serious psychological distress in recent years. 40% report having tried to commit suicide. Very big percentage. And the reason is everything that we think can affect their health and especially mental health. And that's why we need to work upon these socio-economic determinants. Perhaps you might have thought, why is this session or overall seminar kept for us? Are we a part of that? We should feel ashamed if we are thinking that why is it meant for us? Rather, we should get educated about these problems, and as a part of society, it becomes our ethical duty to think, what can we do in order to make them feel safe? What can we do in order to give justice to them? Now, it was a time when these issues of transgender would be, especially mental health issues, would be considered to be a part of mental disorder. And it was considered so medically. Okay. Medical sciences would consider it as a part of mental disorder. Now, recently, WHO has undergone a major change in its nomenclature. And they have started using the word gender incongruence. What is gender incongruence? I am biologically assigned some sex or say gender. Of course, these two are different terms. I am biologically assigned some gender, but I characterize myself, I identify myself with some different gender. That is gender incongruence. And that is the word now used by WHO. And that's why what we have to do when we have gender diversity policy or inclusive policy, we need to work upon that. And that's why that nomenclature has been changed, that to ensure transgender people's access to gender affirming healthcare. What is this gender affirming healthcare? That is the core of today's discussion. The gender that they identify with has to be affirmed to them. How is the gender conferred on them? When a child is born, the pediatrician comes in, or not at many places, even the pediatrician is available. The people around that child or around the delivering mother, they think, okay, ladka hua, ladki hui. But beyond that, people never think there can be something beyond that. And that is how a gender is assigned to a child taking birth. And then the problems start. Let them grow, let them identify about their gender identity. We are not that inclusive. We call ourselves as progressive, but we are not that inclusive. And that's why for a vast majority of trans people, a physical examination will disclose their gender identity. Health records that are kept by the doctors, they always think that they will not follow that confidentiality. Right to confidentiality comes as a part of Article 21. Okay, because it is very much related to right to dignity. How far it is followed, they have doubt. If the doctor would disclose something relating to me to a person whom I don't want to disclose, maybe the family members, maybe the friends, maybe the society, and that's why this becomes again a barrier to them. Non-availability, as I have already said, and that's why who is to work upon these barriers? Can they alone do that? Can they alone remove the barriers? There would be very few Zainab Patel and such kinds of activists who dare to work upon all these things, come forward and fight for the rights. Majority of the population is vulnerable. Next. And that's where gender affirmative care is needed. What happens with this gender affirmative care? Is it to be given just by healthcare providers? Obviously not. The family members also need to work upon them. They need to give them protection, love, care. That would be an affirmative action. You can see here statistics. When the family has given them care and love, 72% people have shown satisfaction. They have found that their life is fulfilling. And that's why we have to think on these things. Okay. That can include any single or combination of a number of social, psychological, behavior and medical interventions designed to support and affirm. Now we find that we have counselors in schools and colleges. Again, from that point of view, are these counselors really working upon such kinds of community? Is a big question. So 3 things one should be aware about. One is gender affirmative care can be life-saving. We have seen the statistics that a number of people commit suicide. Ma'am was telling that immediately after NALSA judgment came, even in that week, almost 7 people committed suicide. Why does it happen? Because they are not sure about their life. Okay, so again, we need to work upon that affirmative healthcare, and that should come from every element of society. That's why we are here. Okay. Then trans youth rights are under attack. What are these rights? So many are the rights. They are always under attack, and they are subjected to fierce violence discrimination, and so on. Patient-centered, consent-based affirming care helps the patient to meet their goals safely. Many a times, it so happens that these people live in community. Perhaps you may not have heard about informed consent. At master's level, perhaps you will study about it. When a patient is admitted into the hospital in emergency, who is to give consent to the doctor that we are ready for such procedure? Generally, it happens with family members who are supposed to give consent. Here, what happens? The community people, whether they are allowed to give such kind of consent, big question mark. The legality of documents, big question mark. And that's why they are denied such rights. Next. So when we are talking about gender health, affirmative care, we need to work upon all such things. Let's go ahead. Many a times it is found that these people are required to undergo forced sterilization. Why forced sterilization? Because they are subjected to sexual violence. They are subjected to discrimination. And in order to make them safe, many people from the community itself think that they should undergo sterilization. Castration process. That is taken up on a very large scale for these people. Why? Again, they are not sure about their safety. And that's why they are forced to undergo sterilization. Then regarding official documents, our process overall, may it be marriage laws, may it be relating to laws that are relating to family relations and so on. Our official documents tell us a lot, which necessarily is not true in case of such people. Next. And that's why we need to work upon the best practices. What are these best practices? Okay, Yogya Karta principles. I don't know how far you have heard about it. It is a document about human rights in the area of sexual orientation and gender identity that came to be published in 2006 for the first time. And based upon this, worldwide, many countries adopted these principles wherein the transgenders are they are made happily to live in such a community where their status is recognized. Yeah. Ma'am has talked about the Act, 2019 Act. There are certain points that are very much relating to their right to health and of course health status. 3D is about no person or establishment shall discriminate the transgender person by denial or discontinuation of or unfair treatment in healthcare services. Now, when such law is made in 2019, so far after 2019, how much medical curricula has included these in order to sensitize and train the doctors? The question that I have raised a few minutes back. Okay. The law says, but how far it is implemented? Question mark. Then further it is said, whoever harms or injures or endangers life, safety, health, or well-being, whether mental or physical, punishment is provided. You can look at it. Fine also is provided. The government has to ensure medical facilities provide care to transgender person. Government has to ensure. Whether the government has ensured it, yes, I'm going to show you. Yes. And when section 4 upholds that nobody shall be denied the right to health in this way, in the same act, section 5 and 6 is there which contradicts existing section 4. Why? Because they need to get it certified from the district magistrate. So I identify myself with a particular gender. To the society, I have such particular gender. So what I need to do? I need to go to district magistrate. And I have to apply that, okay, I am such and such person, certify me that I am such and such person. Is it justifiable in the society that we live in? That somebody has to certify me that okay, this is a transgender. And how that certain authority, that is district magistrate, will do this? So I have to go to a doctor. as is recognized by the government. Okay, maybe the government doctor or somebody. He has to examine me, he has to certify me, I have to take that to the district magistrate, and then he will treat me as transgender person, certify me, and that would be considered to be the certificate, a legal document that recognizes me as a transgender person. And then I am entitled to enjoy those health schemes and other schemes that are related to this. This is contradictory. And that's why, not just that, section 7 also is there. When a person undertakes some surgery, SS or sex alignment surgery, then what is to be done? I am already certified that I am transgender, I am a trans woman, I am a trans man, and then I undertake the surgery, I undergo the surgery. Then again I have to get that certificate, go to district magistrate, get another document, and then I am entitled to certain kinds of benefits. So bureaucratization of my right to health is done by that. It is the reason for which one of the first trans judge from Assam, Swati Vidhan Barua, she has filed a PIL before Supreme Court challenging the constitutionality of these sections. Let us wait to see what happens. Next. Next. Then section 15 also is the healthcare facilities to transgender and gender variant individuals. That calls for various measures, especially separate HIV serosurveillance centers, because these people are very much prone to contract HIV. And that's why they are more vulnerable. For that, separate serosurveillance centers need to be established. Act itself is saying, okay, then it is coming in the rules also. Then further it goes on to obligate the governments to run medical care facilities, including provision of gender affirmative surgery. See, this gender affirmative surgery, hormone therapy is very costly. When these people are living across the streets, getting money from them for their bare minimum survival, is it possible for them to go to the hospital for getting hormone therapy, then gender alignment surgeries, or sex change surgery? It costs almost up to 4 to 5 lakhs. How is that possible? And that's why the government hospitals means the government has to ensure that this surgery is made available to them. Okay, next. 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 So you can look at this, what the government has done. I would like to say this with a sense of pride that the government of India and Indian Parliament has done a very wonderful job. Though there are some flaws in the act, they have tried to give that sense of justice by means of this act. Where in the so-called developed country USA, almost more than 13 states have denied them justice by criminalizing the behavior of transgender. We have decriminalized section 377. Not just that, we have brought this act of 2019. Exactly opposite directions we are means we have gone in order to render justice. Whereas American states are becoming so orthodox. Since few years, you must have seen Roe versus Wade and such kinds of things, pro-life, pro-choice and such kinds of things. So they are so, I would say, regressive about giving justice to them. We are progressive. Not just that, PM Jai Yojana. Okay, what it is doing, you can see here. Why? NHRC, National Human Rights Commission, had conducted the survey whereby 57 transgender persons had showed keen interest in gender affirming surgery and hormone therapy and so on. Not just hormone therapy, so many are other treatments relating to that. And that's why 3 gender affirmative surgeries were started in few states. Maharashtra is one of them. Tamil Nadu started, Kerala started, and many more states are planning to start it. Okay, and not just that. It It is not left for the state governments to decide on this. Our central government has started granting funds and making these facilities available to transgender people across nation. Across nation. What they need to show, they need to register on the portal. Go ahead, I'll show that. Okay, next. See, this is that portal. This comes under Ministry of Social Justice and Welfare. Department of Social Justice and Welfare comes under that ministry. And they have created this portal, support for marginalized individuals for livelihood and enterprise. This is meant for transgender. Smile. And you can see here, composite medical health. Last means that middle point, composite medical health, recognition and appreciation. Then Garima Grow, that is shelter homes, skill development training, and transgender certification and identity cards. The people can get their transgender certification from here also. They can register here and they can get all those benefits that central government is giving. This is also one way to ensure their right to life, to leave them without discrimination, leave them with pride. And when it comes to composite medical health, it's not just about gender transformation surgeries or hormone therapies. It is with respect to all those healthcare needs. त्यांना diabetes होत नाही, blood pressure नसतं, other diseases नसतात. Yes, they do have. All medical facilities are given free of charge. What they have to do? They are given smart cards under SMILE. And that is how the law is ensured to work to give justice. So law is one part. Parliament has done something. Then next task is for executive to do something. Government is doing that task by means of SMILE. And we people need to remove those socio-economic determinants, as I have already mentioned, those barriers. And that's why when all this is done, as I have said, the ecosystem can be made comfortable to them. Next. See, this is the data. How many gender affirmation surgeries have taken place so far? Of course, that may not be visible here, but you can visit that SMILE website and can get all that data. Maximum surgeries have taken place in Maharashtra. Here you can see. And this is the real-time data. Okay, real-time means yesterday I have downloaded, but you can visit, perhaps there may be some more number added into it. So this is a part of their right to health. Next. So way forward, what is the way forward? Just by making the law at parliament level or making the rules or the schemes at executive level, I mean the government level, they will not be able to get that justice. We people need to work a lot. And that's why we have to work upon certain action. Okay, I have given some suggestions for NGOs, for government, for legislators, for community, for educators, and so on. So we need to work on all these levels for ensuring that right. Let us look at what can we do, work upon the action plan, ask trans people, including those who identify the third gender, about their specific health needs. Okay, about their specific health needs. And this need not be asked just by healthcare providers. We too. And that's why, as I have said, whether my university has that policy that has considered about the health needs of these people, I have a question. You also can have a question. Okay. Be sensitive to the terms trans people use to describe their gender identity, their bodies and individual choices. Be sensitive to it. Don't make fun of them. Enable these people to access gender affirming health services through models of informed consent. What is informed consent? I just now mentioned. Perhaps you will study during the course. Informed consent is the consent taken by the medical professional at the time of treatment. It is not just consent. Okay, do you agree with this treatment? That is not the kind of consent. It is about discussing all those pros and cons associated with that treatment, the side effects, alternative ways of treatment, and so on. That all comes in that. So that they need to be made aware about it. Gender affirming health service, in gender affirming surgeries and the other related related treatments are not just costly, but they have side effects also. And that is huge time consuming also. So how will they sustain during the course of that treatment? That's also a big thing. Though the government has made it available free of cost, they have to lose on their wages. They have to sustain during that time. So what can we do? That we have to think over. Notice gaps in data about such health needs. Understand the health needs of such women, men. Separate them from those of men who have sex with men. What is happening? Majority of this community we find they have to sell commercially their sex. So they get into commercial sex workers community. They are not treated dignity. They are discriminated when it comes to application of so many schemes and so many things within that community. And they are so marginalized, they have to resort to so many unfair and unsafe means. So every time, for every reason, they are marginalized. What can we do? Everyone needs to think about them. At least let's be sensitive and proactive for working their cause. Be aware about their health conditions. After all, Nelson Mandela has said, I am influenced more than ever before by the conviction that social equality is the only basis of human happiness. Can we bring that equality? All of us who are in this class, if we think in this way, perhaps from our side we start doing it, perhaps we sensitize our family members and friends and other elements in the society, that journey of them towards equality would stop. Yeah. So that's why a gender equal society would be one where the word gender does not exist, where everyone can be themselves. Do we think in this way? Ask this question yourself. Stand up for trans equality. Let us take that oath that yes, we'll stand up for them. If we all do that, the day will not be away when they will be able to live their life and enjoy their right to health with pride. Thank you.
Madam, your insights were incredibly valuable and enlightening for all of us. Thank you. I once again call upon Assistant Professor H.P. Darvi to propose.
Ma'am, thank you so much for inviting everybody over here. I once again wanted to say thank you to you for coming for this session and inviting our students. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Please be seated. We will be starting our second session in few minutes. Students, where are you all going? You're not allowed to go outside the auditorium, students. We have one more technical session before we go for a lunch break. अर्धा पाऊण तास अजून बसायचं लंच ब्रेकच्या आधी. Madhurima from Kalau Sales to God. Your attendance is not recorded yet. Please keep that in mind. म्हणजे एवढे 2 तास बसून उपयोग नाही होणार तर आता करून घेतला.
Hello, 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 hello.
Students, your attendance will be circulated in a short while.
Hello, 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 hello. ಏನ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಗುರು? Hello, 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 hello.
Tarun sir, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. I hope I'm audible and visible. Absolutely, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Moving forward, we shall start with the second session of the day.
Now, I would like to call upon Assistant Professor Vidya Shetty to introduce to you all our next resource person, Assistant Professor Tarun Singh.
Thank you so much, Ashwini ma'am. Good afternoon to one and all present here. It's always a privilege to introduce to the audience about the rich experience and expertise of the resource person, and I, Assistant Professor Vidya Shetty, is deeply honored to introduce to you all Assistant Professor Tarun Singh, who serves as an Assistant Professor Research at the esteemed Gujarat National Law University in Gandhinagar, India. Sir's expertise lies in sports law research, teaching, and consultancy. Recognized for his expertise, Sir has been invited to deliver 9 courses and over 25 webinars and guest lectures at esteemed institutions such as AISTS India, Jindal Global Law School, Kathmandu University School of Law, Symbiosis Law School, Hyderabad, and Mumbai University, to name a few. As a speaker and panelist, Sir has participated in the renowned International Sports Law Journal Conference at Acer Institute, Netherlands, and Sports Law and Policy Center Symposium in Bangalore. Sir is also the co-founder of Doctrinal Leaders, the Sports and Sports Law Academy in India. Sir, we are deeply honored to have you here with all of us. Now I would like to request Sir to take over the session. Thank you.
Uh, Vidya ma'am, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rucha ma'am, and everybody at the law school for this absolute honor. I'm sorry I can't see the participants, but I'm sure it's a kind of topic which will have a lot of footfall coming in. So thank you very much coming today. For this lecture. I hope I'm audible to everyone. Uh, I thought of making it more interactive, but I think the setup is that where I will first finish my talk, and then maybe if there are question and answers, I'll be more than happy to engage these question and answers. Um, I would want to start with uh, on a very personal note, because I'll tell you, I was just thinking about it today morning when I was preparing for the lecture, just putting up the final PPTs for your perusal. That how beautiful or how surprising life is sometimes. And I'll tell you a very quick personal story to which maybe a few people might relate. I don't know about the younger generation. I think the younger generation is way better and way more sympathetic. But when we were in school, specifically, not in college though, but when we were in school, there was a major taboo about people, about the queer community in general, and specifically about transgender uh, person. And I'll tell you a very short story. Whenever we used to go, so there was a major taboo that we were told, or we were taught, we used to think at that point of time that transgender people are only there in on the traffic signals. They're only there in the buses, asking for money, asking for food, or they were only there in railway stations asking for money and asking for food. And we was very scared, whenever they were around us, right? And I remember there were times when I used to ignore talking to them. Whenever they were around, we were told by our, maybe school seniors, even sometimes by our parents, that don't indulge into talking to them. And that was the kind of taboo, because that was the kind of generation that we were coming in. And from that day, where I used to ignore and I used to be very scared of transgender persons, to today, where I have this honor to talk about them, to tell how they have been portrayed in the whole arena of sports and entertainment. I think it's a huge honor for me, and I think this is the best way I can apologize to the entire transgender community for having those kind of thought when I was growing up as a student, specifically when I was in school. And though I give myself the benefit of doubt that my mind wasn't that developed at that point of time, but still, I think this is the best way, to show my respect, to show my, I would, solidarity even for that matter, but to tell them that all of us are equal and they deserve equal treatment like any male or female in the community does. And that's why what I've prepared today is about how the trans athletes in sports and even transgender persons in entertainment industry have been portrayed till now. Where are we lagging behind, specifically as a sporting ecosystem and the entertainment industry? My major focus is going to be sporting ecosystem, because that's the area I think I have a little bit of idea about. But I will give examples of entertainment industries as well. I will quickly share my PPTs so that what I'm talking about is very clear to everyone. I hope it's visible. If anybody can just quickly tell me if the PPTs are visible or not. Uh, Maybe somebody who can come on the mic and tell me if they're visible to everyone. Okay, I will take that as a yes. Perfect. And this is what I'm going to most, majorly talk about. I'm going to talk about this whole, aspect, or is this whole thought process of embracing transgender persons in sports and entertainment ecosystem, and why I call this a game changer, because the world also sees it as a game changer, because of the fact that till now, maybe till 2010, even I would not say 2010. Actually, this debate has been going on since the Los Angeles Olympics in the 1932 when they happened. But I think after 2000, this debate became more prevalent in the sporting ecosystem, at least in India, in the Asian context. Uh, and we were only trying to deal with the whole gender parity when it comes to male and female, right? And we are still not there. We are trying to grow, we are trying to make things better, but we are still not there. There's a major difference when it comes to opportunity, when it comes to payments, when it comes to basic recognition. And imagine now a even more complex situation, which is actually not very complex, but a complex situation, because now there is a legal recognition to the third gender, right? And now it is mandatory, and it is basic human dignity and human right to give them the respect they deserve, to give them the opportunity they deserve, to give them the platform to express themselves. And that's why it's a game changer. The sporting ecosystem and the entertainment ecosystem, uh, there have been very surprising, very interesting changes. But I think there's a long way to go. And I'll start with the entertainment ecosystem here, where a lot of people, there was a point of time when any movie was made, or any person who, if you want to portray a transgender person in a movie, it was majorly taken as a laughing stock, right? Very few movies, I think those artist-based movies, where they were given the due respect they deserve, or they were made villains. I remember this. If people have watched movies of Ashutosh Rana, there have been movies where Ashutosh Rana was portrayed as a transgender person in a movie called Sangharsh, but I think he did another movie which was very specific on a life of a particular transgender person. I don't remember, I'm sorry, the name of that person. But either those, characters were villain based or comic based, right? And from there to new movies, we saw this movie called Chandigarh Kare Ashki of Ayushmann Khurrana and Vani Kapoor. We saw this very recently, a movie came of Vijay Sethupathi. I'm sorry, I can't remember the name of the movie. Lakshmi came, where you had Akshay Kumar coming in. Now, these were movies which, all right, maybe had not, at least not, Chandigarh Kare Ashki, but they were movies which were still given a bit of comical turn to it. Even Chandigarh Kare Ashki, for that matter, was a comical turn to it. So, the debate is still there, that, you have a portrayal of a transgender person in two ways, either villain or a comical character. The mainstream industry is still taking time to digest the fact that how do we portray them, and not only portray them, if because now we have number of artists who come from the community, how to take them and give them, a, for the dearth of words that I have, to give them a regular role in the movie. That has been the debate. And there's a very beautiful survey done by UCLA, the university, called, the William Institute at the UCLA. They did a brilliant survey very recently. I'm going to send the link of that survey. I was reading about it. And the results of that survey are eye-opening. And people have said that directors are not okay with taking queer community people in the movie. If they, and I'm talking about Hollywood, I'm not talking about Bollywood here. Bollywood, I'm sorry, it's not the correct term. It's a very, I believe it's a disrespectful term. No, I'm not talking about the Indian film industry, but I'm talking about Hollywood. Who who tell themselves that they're very progressive and so on and so forth. In progressive societies as well, this debate is still on how to portray them, giving them equal opportunity, giving them equal pay. There are comments made that people coming from the transgender community are not marketable. Now now we're going to those kind of conversations. And in the entertainment industry, there is a major problem of that. That how to, number one, portray them if you want to have a character, and number two, how to give equal opportunity for people coming from queer community, people coming from transgender community, and so on and so forth. But in sports, the debate is still in a very gray zone, and I'm going to talk about that in detail now. Now, I'm going to talk first about the Olympic values. So you've got the International Olympic Committee, and under the International Olympic Committee, you've got these values coming in. And the International Olympic Committee generally, has three particular values. Number one is excellence, that you encourage people to be their best, portray their best, and win medals and laurels for their nations, for themselves, and so on and so forth. You demonstrate respect, and that means person coming from any walk of life, any kind of rule which is under the IOC. Your opponent is there, he or she might be coming from any background. You have to give that person the respect that person deserves. And number three is you celebrate friendship. So a lot of people think that the International Olympic Committee or the Olympic Games are for showing your finesse as a sports person. No, it's actually IOC was made with an intention to promote peace through sports. And if you look at these three values, these are values of peace, right? You have to be excellent, promote excellence amongst human beings. You give respect to human beings, even that matter, because they are also part of a number of equestrian sports that happen in the Olympics. And then you celebrate friendship, right? There are nations coming together, there are people coming from various cultures and so on and so forth. It's very important to respect anybody who's coming, and celebrate that world harmony, that world friendship at that particular podium. Now, from these three values, it's very important now to discuss that what is this nexus between sports and human rights. And I'm telling you all of these things because at one stage, all these global bodies are talking about these major doctrines, these major values. But on the other hand, they are trying. I will not take away the fact that they're not trying, but they're still far away from giving or respecting that human rights value, specifically when it comes to gender discrimination. And gender discrimination, I'm still talking about women who don't get that kind of respect. And now you have got the LGBTQ community, the queer community, and this discussion is about transgender. So specifically the trans athletes who've come in, how will you make sure that they get the respect, they get the opportunity that they deserve? Now, there are five major covenants that I'm talking about here, which talks about sports not directly but indirectly, and tells that sports is a basic human right for anybody, whether you come from any background, any culture, and so on and so forth. The UDHR, which is one of the most important international covenants, says that there's a right of freedom of association, health, rest, and leisure, and participate in any kind of cultural life. And the sports part comes in this whole leisure aspect, right? They might not be talking about sport as a profession, but sport as a leisure activity. And they said that everybody has that kind of freedom. The International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights says about the same thing, that you have a right to freedom of association. You can come together and peacefully, and sport is nothing, or international or the Olympic Games is nothing but celebrating that kind of freedom, that you come together, form an association, and use sport as a mean of promoting peace around the globe, promoting education around the globe. Then you have the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, which says the same thing. You recognize the right to health and cultural life, and playing sport is a very essential aspect of right to health. Entertainment is a very important aspect of cultural life. Same goes with the UDHR. Now, all these international covenants speak brilliantly about celebrating sports, not directly maybe, but indirectly. and all the countries around the globe are signatory to it, majority of them, if not everybody. But we are still losing the train somewhere, and I'm going to talk about how we are losing the train. If you look at the UN Convention on the rights of child, every child has a right to rest, leisure, and participate in cultural life. I think one of the most important covenant which I've put in this slide is the last one, which is the International Charter of Physical Education and Sport. This is the first charter, apart from the International Olympic Charter, of course, which actually identifies sports as fundamental right. And I'm assuming that everybody sitting in the audience is a law student. A fundamental right is something that you can't take away from a human being, whether there is any kind of scenario coming in. And imagine the importance of sports when an international covenant is telling you that sport is a fundamental right, and not only an international covenant, by the way. I think I was in law school. This was in 2015-16, if I remember correctly, when one of the law students went to the Supreme Court with the public interest litigation saying that sports in India should be made a fundamental right under 21A. Right to education should have an interpretation that right under the right to education, you should have right to play sport. I don't know what has happened. I remember there were orders given by the Supreme Court at that point of time to the All India University, to UGC and other private and public colleges to make sure that there are good sporting arenas for students, for faculties, for staff to play, and it was given indirect status of a fundamental right. Uh, so that is the importance of sport, and unfortunately, what happens is that in our society, sport is not taken very seriously. So anything which is associated to it is unfortunately not taken seriously. But that's a very different debate. I'm not going to go there because that's a very different point of view here. I'm going to straight away jump to now representation of trans athletes and what has been the journey till now, and where are we in the year 2024, right? Because it has started kind of in 1932. From there were some positive changes, some negative changes. But if you look at it from a Hawkeye view, I think we are still very far away in recognizing trans athletes in sports. Let's see, how things are going on around the world and how have they, how every stone has unraveled since 1930. And I'm going to take you to the Los Angeles Olympics, where you had Valsevis, who was actually a male person, and then that person became Stella Walsh, and Stella was now participating in the women's category in 1932 Los Angeles Olympics and won the gold. There is a debate which says that Stella Walsh did not tell anybody that that was not her biological sex when she was born, and that's why that debate did not take a lot of turn in 1932, because imagine in 2024 there are still so many taboo about transgender person and so on and so forth. Imagine the situation in 1932 where still people were not okay about the fact, women were still fighting for their rights. Now you have a community coming in which has already been there. You have to respect and recognize them. I think we were far away at that point of time. We are still far away at this point of time, though with a lot of positive changes that have happened. Now, this was 1932. I'll straight away take you to this, this incident in 1976, which is of a very famous tennis player. Anybody who plays tennis in the audience or follows tennis, I'm sure you must have heard of this name called Rene Richards. Now, Rene Richards in 1976 did a gender reassignment, therapy, treatment, and this kind of triggered the United States Tennis Association, and they said that every female competitor now has to go through a complete hormone and chromosome testing. And Rene Richards said that absolutely not. This is not correct. You can't be asking female competitors to do these things. And this matter went to the court. The good part is that Rene Richards won this legal suit, and she became. I think she was reached the finals of the 1977 U.S. Open as well. She was banned by the United States Tennis Association because she refused to go through the chromosome testing and the hormonal testing. And to everybody's surprise, this I got to know actually today morning when I was just making the final slides, that Rene Richards was coaching a 9-time Wimbledon winner Martina Navratilova. I'm sure people who follow tennis knows about Martina Navratilova, one of the most celebrated athlete, tennis player in the world that you can think of. And Renee was coaching her for the most of the time of her career, of Martina Navratilova. Now, this is 1976. I'll quickly jump to 2004 at the Athens Olympics. And this was one of the most positive development, I would say, when it comes to uh, uh, recognizing trans athletes in sport. In 2004, what the Olympic Committee said that we are going to permit transgenders to be a part of the Olympic Games, but there are three requirements that we have to that anybody who wants to participate has to clear. Number one, that there has to be completion of surgical changes, including external genitalia. That has to be done. Number two, that legal recognition of their assigned sex must have been conferred by them, and there was a legal process of it that you have to go to the association, they are going to give you a certificate and so on and so forth. That needs to be done. And the third was that hormone therapy will be assigned for sex must have been given for long enough to minimize any gender related advantage in sports competition. So there has to be a hormonal therapy that one has to go through for a period that must be at least 2 years after your gonadectomy. That needs to be done. Now, it was considered to be a very progressive step, but because of these three requirements, and specifically, I think the last requirement where a hormonal therapy was made kind of mandatory, people, the trans athletes who were thinking of participating in the Olympics had major reservation about. They said that we really celebrate what Olympics is saying, and it's a very generous move. It's a very important move. It's a very progressive move. Sorry, but the conditions is something that we are not very okay with because of the reason. I'll tell you the reason as well. And this happens now. What has happened is that at the international level, at the global level, you might have a very progressive lineup, right? Where people will think that why not give them an opportunity? It's very important, human rights, equality, and so on and so forth. But that progressive thought process does not, unfortunately, percolates down at the grassroots level, and that has happened generally in with trans athletes or anybody, or I would say transgender persons in the entertainment industry as well. Now I'll give you an example. For example, maybe let's pick up a director, maybe Karan Johar for that matter. Let's take Karan as an example. Maybe Karan Johar might be a very progressive person and he might be absolutely fine with including as many transgender person in a movie, maybe in the technical staff and so on and so forth. That's great. And but at the technique, at maybe people who are working under him, or maybe other people who might be in his team, they might not be okay with it, and they will say that all right, Karan, you might want to make this movie, but we don't want to be a part of this movie for whatever reasons. This actually happens at the international sport ecosystem as well. Maybe the Olympics is very progressive in this scenario, but we are talking about countries which have various cultures coming in, various I would say various recognition styles to their citizens. And that's why at the grassroots level, I'm not only talking about grassroots. When I say grassroots level, I'm not talking about athletes, a sporting ecosystem at the grassroots level, but I'm also talking about the national associations as well. They might not be that progressive, and they might not be okay with us giving legal recognition to a person saying that you can now participate in the Olympics. And that's why a lot of people till 2022 were knocking doors of the International Olympic Committee saying that please come out with the document, because people are signatories to you. They will listen to you as soon as you clear your position. But there is a number of politics involved, number of cultural differences, and so on and so forth. Olympics did something in 2021, but unfortunately, that still has a lot of gray areas. We're going to talk about the framework that the IOC also came up with. Now, this was 2004. In 2013, you had Fallon Fox, who was actually the first openly transgender woman to compete in mixed martial arts, and that was a brilliant thing. Till now in MMA, nobody had come in, but Fallon Fox said nothing doing. I'm a proud transgender woman, and I'm going to come up there and tell everybody that it's a level playing field for everybody. You can't stop me from playing. And there was a lot of backlash against it. Just for everybody's information, There's a very beautiful documentary called Game Face. Do watch it. It's actually on Fallon Fox, and her journey from being a transgender woman in mixed martial arts. It's a great documentary. Go watch it. In 2019, Cricket Australia actually made another move, and they came out with a new gender diversity policy. And what the policy said, again, three things it had: the transgender cricketers must nominate their gender identity to the CA, so Cricket Australia's head of integrity. They have to nominate their gender identity to the head of the CA. Number two is what they said, that they must demonstrate a commitment to their gender identity that is consistent with their aspects of their everyday life. Now, this was something which a lot of people said that this can be, I would say, interpreted in various ways. How can you ask somebody, or how will a person come and tell you that look, in our everyday life, I'm assigning myself to this gender, so now you please allow me. So they said that this is too much of getting into our lives, and this is against privacy and so on and so forth. So they they're like, we are open to share this information, but you have to make a very sophisticated system for it. We don't want general public to know about this. If the CA wants to know about it, Cricket Australia wants to know about it, great. There are employers, we understand, but then they have to give us that kind of system where we make sure, where it's very important that our right to privacy is intact and taken care of. And the last thing Cricket Australia said was that the players must prove that they have a concentration of testosterone of less than 10 nanomoles per liter for at least 12 months before nominating their gender. And if you're under the age of 60. Now, I just, because it's a little technical, last point, I would suggest everybody, we don't have the time today to talk in length about Caster Semenya and the whole issue that happened. Even Duti Chand, for that matter, who hails from India. There are two very important cases of hyperandrogenism, where an athlete has a more level of testosterone level than its competitors, and I'm talking about female athletes specifically. And Caster Semenya and Duti Chand are two very specific cases. The good part is that Duti Chand was given a green signal after a long battle at the Court of Arbitration for Sport, which is considered to be kind of the supreme court of any kind of sporting matter that comes around the globe. It's called CAS. It's in Lausanne, Switzerland. But unfortunately, Caster Semenya lost the battle. Uh, she hailed from South Africa. People have had major reservations about Caster Semenya, saying that if she's going to participate in any kind of event, she will have a competitive advantage over other people because she's got higher testosterone level. You shouldn't allow her to be a part of women's category and so on and so forth. A lot of people said that because she's a African woman, a lot of white women are going against her just to make sure that she stays out of the game. But the matter went to the Court of Arbitration for Sport. Unfortunately, Caster Semenya lost the battle there. If I remember correctly, she went to the European Court of Human Rights, the UCHR. I think unfortunately she lost there as well. Do I have to check that part? But as far as I remember correctly, I think the UCHR also couldn't give her a favorable order. I was reading about Caster Semenya a while back. I think she has left competitive, athletics. She was an athlete, and she's tried her luck in football as well. So I think she's playing it at an amateur level or a professional level. One can check that. But Duti Chand and Caster Semenya are two very important cases where you will get to know about what this hyperandrogenism is, what is this 10 nanomole per liter, and so on and so forth. A little technical, but a very interesting case study. So do go and read about Caster Semenya and Duti Chand. Duti Chand became a huge star because she was also the first athlete in India who came publicly about her orientation, sexual orientation. She is a proud member of the queer community, and all power and all Godspeed to her, because that's a very bold move done by Duti Chand when India was still uh, in the process of making peace with the fact that the LGBTQ community is coming up in the society and getting in every part of area, being a part of every aspect of the society. So that was a very brilliant study done by Duti Chand. Do read about these two cases. Now this was 2019. Now, after all these debates going on around the globe, everybody was looking at the International Olympic Committee, and they said that it's high time now that the IOC comes out with the framework or comes out with any document which gives proper recognition the transgender community, and they're giving equal opportunity to be a part of sport. Now, what IOC did, some people think it's a very bold move, which it is. I'm not going to take that away from them. But it was, if you look at the whole framework or the intention behind the framework, uh, it's sometimes a lot of people think it's a scapegoat uh, kind of a thing what IOC did. Now, the framework was called the IOC Framework on Fairness, Inclusion, and Non-Discrimination on the basis of gender identity and sex variation. And this is what the IOC said. The IOC said that each international federation, which is running any kind of sport, whether the ICC, FIFA, FINA, which is for the aquatics, whether it's the International Equestrian, which is horse riding and anything related to horse, a sport where horse is required, is a part. All these international federations should have their own framework developed. They should know better what is right and what is wrong in their particular game, and it's their responsibility to make that particular framework, and then the athletes have to fall in line and accept that framework. And they also said that IOC therefore is not in a position to issue any kind of regulation which will define any kind of eligibility criteria for every sport, discipline, or event across different national jurisdiction and sports ecosystem. That's exactly what I was saying a couple of slides back. Now, you might have a brilliant international setup in the IOC where people are progressive, but in national jurisdictions, in international federations which are under the IOC, in state federations, let's take India as an example, and in at a country level sports ecosystem, people might not be okay with this, right? And if you look at the debates that have been there, there are actually people who are absolutely not okay with it. They're saying that there has to be a full stop somewhere. You can't be allowing transgender women to be a part of women's sports because that gives them a major level advantage over cis women and so on and so forth. Though, to be very honest, the science is still not very clear about it, and that happened in the Caster Semenya matter as well. That if you look at the whole award that has come out, uh, science is still 50-50% on it. There is no clear, I would say, record or any kind of evidence which says that it actually gives, it gave Caster Semenya an undue advantage over other athletes. Because if that was happening, Caster Semenya should have been winning everything that she was running. She was coming third. She was not getting any medal, and she was of course winning as well. There's no doubt about it. But then a lot of people got other examples in this. People said that look at Michael Phelps, right? He's got his I think his lungs are way more evolved than basic human beings like you and me. He's got that kind of foot which works as a fin and gives him an extra advantage over other swimmers which participate against him. They talked about Usain Bolt, who's got a body dynamics where he gets better, I would say strength, better speed, better reach. So the people said that look, they also have that kind of bodily advantage. You're not questioning them. Why are you questioning us? Where science is also so indefinite about it. But because of a lot of pressure, I believe, still because science was not definite about it, they said that we are going to take a safer option and say that look, we can't be defining it. Let individual international federations define what should be done and what should not be done. They said that, but we'll do one thing for all of you. We will give you a 10 principle approach which can help international federation to devise their own mechanism in making sure that nobody is discriminated on the basis of gender identity or sex variation. And these are these 10 principles. They said that your whole document or your whole inclusive policy your whole policy should be extremely inclusive. It should make sure that it doesn't harm anybody. It has to be non-discriminatory. There has to be fairness in that particular structure. You have to make sure that you can't assume that somebody is going to get an advantage without any kind of proper scientific evidence. That's what they again said in the evidence-based approach. They said that the health and bodily autonomy should be decided by an individual. You can't tell them to go through these chromosome tests, these hormonal tests, these surgeries to make sure that they fit within a particular system that you want them to be a part of it. it has to be a stakeholder centric approach. You need to reach out to other stakeholders and make sure that stakeholders get to know, stakeholders give their response to what kind of policy you're developing. There has to be right to privacy of an individual, an athlete, and periodic reviews need to be done at every moment, right? So that you can make, you can evolve your policy on a regular basis. But IOC kept itself out from, from indulging into individual sport. And then there was an aftermath of it. And what was the aftermath? Is beautifully, structured in this 2022 case of Leah Thomas. Now, Leah Thomas was at that point of time, was a 22-year-old student from University of Pennsylvania, brilliant swimmer, a champion at the NCAA, which is the college level sporting structure of the United States. She was winning gold, and she said that the kind of athlete I am, or the kind of swimmer I am, I think I should be given a chance in the US Paris Olympics team. Now, when she won the gold at the NCCA Division One, parents and athletes, parents and swimmers who were competing against her in the division, they wrote a letter to the NCA saying that, look, you have to ban Leah Thomas from participating in women's category. And that this whole matter became huge. It reached to FINA, which is the International Federation for Aquatics. And FINA, what FINA did was something which a lot of people did not respect. FINA banned transgender women from competing into professional aquatic events. They said that no transgender women can be a part of women category. We are okay in developing an open category for them, but at this point of time, we can't be allowing Thomas or any transgender women to participate in women's category. And this, a lot of people thought of it as a very welcoming step, but a number of people around the globe said that this is something that FINA shouldn't have done. And it's not only the International Aquatics Federation, but also the World Athletics. They also said that we can't allow transgender women to be a part of women's category, and we have to make sure that we ban them from participating in that category. We are okay with making an open category for them, but not in the women's category. Now, what's the problem with the open category? A lot of people said, it's great to have an open category. Even, when I was reading the whole judgment, I also believe that, if not this, maybe an open category can be a part of it. But it has two major problems. Open category. One is that sport is all about inclusiveness. What I also believe is that why not, we have so many mixed gender sport, right? Why not, develop a mixed gender sport category for them and make sure that they are a part of it? Look, if they're allowed to be a part of the women's category, great, that's the best thing. But of course, it has to be backed up by scientific evidence. That needs to be done, so that nobody is discriminated on either side. But why not till then, till the time science is working on it, and we get the real data, how it's developed. Why not promote a lot of mixed gender sporting categories? The only problem I believe with the open category is that there is a lack of representation. Now, what happens is that at the grassroots level, at the amateur level, you don't have a lot of transgender athletes coming in because of a major taboo that is there. Now, if you don't have anything at the grassroots level, at the foundation level, it is next to impossible to have anything, or it is actually impossible to have anything at the elite level, because at the end of the day, the athletes will develop from the grassroots level and then they'll go to the international level. But if you don't have anything there, then you can't be having in a category, because that will just be on paper. You will not be having a lot of representations coming in there. So it's very important to first, if you want to make an open category later in life, you have to make sure that at the grassroots level, at the foundational level, you make structures where trans athletes can come and express themselves. And I kid you not, India actually has done it. A lot of people might not know about this, but in a number of places in India, there are meets which are specifically made, sports meets, which are specifically made for trans athletes. Kerala did a brilliant job in 2017, and that's going to be actually my last slide. I'm going to come to this later, while I'm going to give my concluding remarks. But this is what Kerala did. Kerala in the year 2017 organized the first state level transgender sports meet. where over 100 transgender athletes came from 14 districts of Kerala. And it was an athletic meet, so you had 100 meters, 200 meters, 400 meters relay, races, and a 4 by 100 meter relay competition. And if you look at what Ragini did, who was one of the trans athletes representing the Mallapuram district, she won 2 gold medal and a silver medal in the category, and was considered to be the fastest trans person. The timing was 12.3 at that point of time. And just for everybody's information, the national record, which was held by Duti Chand in the women's category, was 11.24. And by Amir Kumar Malik, I think that was somewhere around 10 point something. So imagine the kind of athletes we are getting from the queer community, from the transgender community. It is not from the, sorry for the queer word, but I think from the transgender community, because that's where our focus is more. Look at the kind of talent we are bringing in. So if you made those structures there at the grassroots level, maybe in the future you can think of an open category, but then countries, associations, international federations have to come together and make sure they celebrate this open category. They make sure they get equal representation in these open category. The payment has to be done. The recognition has to be equal, and then only we can think of this brilliant open category system. Till that, if the science is indefinite about it, let's see what happens in the future. Then there should not be any kind of discrimination happening. Unfortunately, the discrimination is happening. FINA is one example. The World Athletics is another example. I think the International Rugby Federation also did it. I'm not very sure though. I have to check it. I don't remember if they were pro or against it. I just have to check it once more. But it is extremely important to make sure that it's a level playing field for a person coming from any gender. Gender should not, I think, should be the last thing on. First of all, discrimination should not happen at all. But if in the worst come worst circumstance, any kind of discrimination is happening, uh, gender should be the last, I believe, category in which a person should be discriminated. There is already a lot of discrimination coming from west and east and part of the world, Middle East, and so on and so forth. I think that's more than enough for us to first make sure, deliberate, and make sure that it's a level playing field for everybody. We have to make sure that men, women, and transgenders are given equal opportunity to play, equal opportunity to be in the sporting culture and celebrate the sporting culture. I think thank you very much. I have to wrap it up because I've got a convocation to attend in a few in an hour or so. But this was an absolute pleasure. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I still have 5 minutes. If there are any questions, I'm more than happy to take those questions.
I call upon Assistant Professor Saurabh Kothi to propose the question. Good evening to all. I, Assistant Professor Saurabh Kothi, on behalf of State Maharashtra Vidyapit, Lokmanya Tilak, like to express my highest of gratitude to Assistant Professor and teacher. First of all, I would like to express my highest of gratitude to all my colleagues who have given me this opportunity to express vote of thanks for this great experience. Arun sir, there's no shadow of doubt that your session has really opened the closed doors in the minds of our legal fraternity. Your views about this topic, they are truly logical, scientific, and practical. Yes, how can I forget? They were really legally sound and relevant. I'm very sure that the legal fraternity over here has immensely benefited from your advice. Just before respected Karun sir, I, on behalf of Lokmanya College, Pune, express gratitude to you for taking the time out from your busy schedule and being part of this national seminar as a resource person.
Truly speaking, there was novelty and practicality in your talk. Nobody would have thought about it. I have a humble request. Next time, if such a seminar is organized, then do not join online. Please come to Pune. We welcome you from the bottom of our heart. We would be really, really privileged and honored to listen to you in person. Thank you so much, Karan sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I will take your leave. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Lunch break now, but have come here again and next section at 2:30 sharp. So you all are requested to come here again by 2:15 because the attendance is not yet recorded. Okay. So whatever time you have sat here and listened to this, it will be not of any use for you. Don't sign your attendance sheet. So do come here
Bansal ma'am, to proceed with the panel discussion. Students, kindly settle down quietly and switch off your mobile phones. Students, hurry up and settle down, please. Volume कम है. Am I clearly audible? Students at back, am I clearly audible?
ये मीडिया का मशीन है. हाँ, ये कुछ आवाज नहीं आ रहा है. नहीं बोलना बोलना मुझे बोलना है तो फिर बोलोगे ना वो कोई विद्या में बोल थैंक यू.
May I request the dignitaries to please come on the stage?
व्हीलर पे आ गई पेन है क्या तेरे पास
Good afternoon, madam. Good afternoon, sir. I would request all the students to switch off your mobile phones, please. One of our panelists is joining us shortly. In the meantime, we'll start the session. Okay, introduction. Good afternoon to the respected dignitaries on the dais, and my dear students. Randolph Bourne, a progressive writer from New Jersey during the era of World War I, once wrote that a good discussion increases the dimensions of everyone who takes part. It is with immense pleasure and a deep sense of responsibility, I, Assistant Professor Vidya Shetty, welcome you all to this panel discussion on the poignant and crucial topic of jostling for recognition, transgender community awaiting justice. As representatives of the faculty, I am honored to convene this gathering of esteemed speakers, experts, and participants to shed light on the challenges faced by the transgender community in their pursuit of justice. Joining us today for the panel discussion are individuals whose expertise and passion have fueled their commitment to advocating for the rights and justice of the transgender community. Now, please allow me to call upon Assistant Professor Ketki Dalvi to introduce to you all the theme of today's panel discussion. Over to you, Ketki, ma'am.
Good afternoon, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and dear students. It is with great pleasure and profound sense of responsibility that we gather here today for an important conversation on a topic that demands our attention and advocacy, transgender rights and justice. In recent years, there has been a growing recognition of the struggles faced by the transgender individuals in our society. From systematic discrimination to barriers in accessing basic rights and services, transgender people continue to confront challenges that undermine their dignity and well being. Today, we have assembled a distinguished panel of experts, activists, and community leaders who bring diverse perspectives and vital insights to this crucial discussion. Together, we will explore the complexities of transgender rights and justice, delving into the legal, social, and cultural dimensions that shape the experience of transgender individuals around the world. In closing, let us remember that the chasing transgender's right and justice is not merely a matter of policy or a law. It is a moral imperative. It is a testament to our commitment to equality, dignity, and respect for all individuals, regardless of gender identity or expression. Together, let us engage in this dialogue with openness, empathy, and shared commitment to creating a world where transgender people can live authentically, safely, and with full equality under the law. Thank you. And now I would like to call Arundhati Bhale, ma'am, to introduce our panel members. Over to you, ma'am.
Now, I would like to call upon Assistant Professor Arundhati Bale to introduce our panelist and moderator to the audience.
Thank you, Vidya ma'am. Respected dignitaries on the dais, faculty members, my dear students, I, Assistant Professor Arundhati Kumbarikar Bhale, takes immense pleasure to introduce today's panelist, whose opinion, perspectives, and analogy about the topic will definitely enhance our acumen to consume the subject altogether. So, the first person to whom I would like to introduce is a moderator of the today's panel discussion, is a dynamic lady, Advocate Sunita Bansal ma'am. Advocate Sunita Bansal ma'am is a partner and the founder of Bansal Sorbole Law Chambers with over 2 decades of experience. She has played a pivotal role in shaping the firm into modern legal powerhouse. Her commitment to diversity, inclusion, and innovative legal practices has earned her recognition within the legal community. Advocate Sunita Bansal ma'am is a first-generation lawyer. Bansal ma'am has graduated from Symbiosis Law College, Pune, and holds master's degree in business law from Bharatiya Vidyapith, Pune. Her legal acumen was honed under the guidance of esteemed legal luminaries, including Senior Advocate Vibha Tambe and late Senior Advocate Viraj Kakade sir. Advocate Bansal ma'am has served as a member of the Academic Council at Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapith, Pune, and currently chairs the Legal Aid Cell while serving as an expert on the Board of Studies at TMV's Lokmanya Tilak Law College, Pune. Her commitment to legal education is further demonstrated by her authorship of Marathi book Black Coat, dedicated to her mentor, late Shri Advocate Viraj Kakade sir. We are deeply honored to have you as moderator of today's panel discussion, ma'am. Further, I would like to introduce our first panelist, and esteemed speaker, Dr. Geetali V.M. Ma'am. A luminary, retired professor from Ferguson College, Pune, with remarkable 33-year tenure in chemistry. She is revered editor of Milun Saryazani, and she has been orchestrating Diwali editions of Purushuvachya. Since 2007, her illustrative career is adorned with multifaceted social initiatives. She has co-founded Jeevan for environmental conversation and women's upliftment. She is a guiding force in Nari Samata Mancha, serving in various leadership roles. Ma'am has played a pivotal role in Purush Yuvacha Pune group, enlightening men and organizing discussions. Ma'am has edited and translated impactful works, igniting societal discourse and enlightenment. Her journey echoes a symphony of academia, activism, literary fineness, and inspiring generation with her unwavering commitment. We are eager to hear you, ma'am. Next, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Amol Jadhav, sir. Advocate Amol Jadhav, sir, is distinguished legal professional with extensive experience and expertise in the field of law. He holds BSL LLB degree from ILS Law College, Pune. Since then, he has been actively practicing law in High Court of Bombay and District Court, Pune. Notably, Advocate Jadhav, sir, is the founder of APJ Legal, a prominent law firm known for its commitment to excellence and service. In recognition of his leadership and contributions to the legal community, he was elected as the Vice President of the Pune District Bar Association in the year 2013. He is passionate about making legal assistance accessible to all. Advocate Jadhav sir organizes free legal advice camp in rural areas through APJ Legal. He has also served as a visiting lecturer at Shankar Rao Chauhan Law College, Pune for over 5 years. And for over 5 years, he is imparting his knowledge and insights to the next generation of legal professionals. Advocate Jadhav sir is a prolific writer and author, having penned a book titled Law Relating to Postmortem and published numerous articles in various national and international publications on diverse legal subjects. This panel discussion awaits your rich thoughts, sir. Now, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Chaitrali Deshmukh Tazne ma'am. Chaitrali Deshmukh Tazne ma'am is a journalist with 18 years of extensive experience in crime reporting, court proceeding, investigative journalism, and coverage of women and child issues. Concurrently, for the past 8 years, she has served as a visiting faculty member at prestigious law colleges and management colleges in the city of Pune. With a passion for social work, she focuses on women and child development. She is actively engaged in various social activities at Yerwada Women's Jail and serving on the non-governmental committee addressing injustices against women at workplaces. Chaitrali ma'am is currently pursuing her PhD in juvenile delinquency and rehabilitation. Her journalistic journey includes various renowned English newspaper. Presently, she holds the position of senior chief correspondent at Pune Mirror. Her dedication to investigative reporting has earned her the Maharashtra State Award exposing a sex determination racket in Bid and Mumbai Press Club Red Ink Award. Additionally, Chaitrali ma'am also works for the transgender and LGBTQI community through the NGO Nirbhaya Adarsha Community. We are pleased to have you, ma'am, as distinguished panelist. I request all the panelists to navigate us through the topic and share your valuable insights with us. The moderator, Bansal ma'am, to proceed with the panel discussion. Thank you. Over to you, Bansal ma'am.
Now I would request Principal Ma'am to felicitate the panelists and our moderator. Now I would request Principal Ma'am to felicitate Dr. Geetali VM Ma'am. Now I would request Principal Ma'am to felicitate Dr. Amul Kumar Jadhav sir. चालू करने बोलेंगे मैम ने बोला join कर लेते
10 मिनिटच नाव
Now I would request the moderators, Sunita Bansal ma'am, to proceed with the panel discussion. One of us panelists is awaited, so she'll join us later.
थोडंसं तरी माहित असेल. आणि किती जणांनी काली हा पिक्चर बघितला सुष्मिता सेनचा? बऱ्यापैकी माहित आहे की काली पिक्चर कशाबद्दल होता आणि तो ट्रान्सजेंडर बद्दल काय त्याच्यात त्यांनी सांगण्याचा प्रयत्न केला होता. त्याच बॅकग्राऊंडवर आज आपलं हे पॅनल डिस्कशन आहे. तर गीताली मॅम, आपण खूप सोशल वर्क करता आणि आपण जर्नलिस्ट पण आहात. खूप आपण लेख वगैरे लिहिले असतील. ट्रान्सजेंडर आपण जर म्हटलं तर मराठीमध्ये त्याला आपण म्हणजे ही बोली भाषा आहे, त्याच्यामध्ये आपण त्याला एक शब्द वापरतो, बरोबर आहे. तर हिजरा किंवा हिजरा हा शब्द आपण वापरतो आणि खूपदा आपण बघितलेलं आहे की रस्त्यावर आपण ज्या चौकात आपण ज्या सिग्नलला उभं राहतो तर ते लोक टाळ्या वाजवत आपल्याकडे येतात आणि पैसे मागतात, बरोबर आहे. आता जे हे पैसे मागतात किंवा आपण घाबरतो त्यांना, काही लोक पैसे देतात, काही लोक पैसे देत नाही. आता ह्याच्या बाबतीत आपल्या गव्हर्नमेंटमध्ये सरकार, राज्य सरकार आणि त्यांनी काही स्कीम्स त्यांच्याबद्दल केलेल्या आहेत. तर आपण ह्या ज्या त्यांच्या हाऊसिंग बद्दल किंवा त्यांच्या एम्प्लॉयमेंट बद्दल ज्या स्कीम्स आहेत Petrol ma'am, welcome to our panel discussion. Please. मला आपल्याला हे विचारायचं होतं की त्याच्या हाऊसिंग त्यांच्या गरजा आहेत किंवा त्यांच्या एम्प्लॉयमेंटच्या गरजा आहेत, त्याच्याबद्दल आपण काय आम्हाला काही सांगू शकाल? म्हणजे organization तुमच्यासाठी सगळ्या मुलांशी बोलायची संधी दिली. म्हणून तुम्ही त्यांचा अभिनंदन खूप करते की या महाराष्ट्राचा transgender community चा आणि याची खूप गरज आहे. माझा टीचर म्हणजे कॉलेजमध्ये त्यांनी मला शिकवलेलं आहे ऑर्गॅनिक केमिस्ट्री फर्ग्युसन कॉलेजमध्ये आणि मॅडम इतक्या वर्षानंतर भेटून खरंच मला पण खूप आनंद झालेला. त्यामुळे मॅडम तुम्हाला अगदी म्हणजे अगदी हक्काने बोला. त्यांची नोकरी त्या भारतामध्ये मुद्दा पहिला होती. आपल्या त्या सिग्नल कशी का दिसतात कार्यावर बसून त्यांना पुढच्या व्यवसाय का करायला लागतो तर या सगळ्यासाठी मिळवण्यासाठी शिकावं लागतं. आता विषय विषय तर याच्यामध्ये की आपली जी समाज व्यवस्था ही पितृसत्ताक पुरुष प्रधान आणि या व्यवस्थेमध्ये स्त्री आणि हे दोन समाजाचे मूलभूत घटक मानले आहेत. आणि त्याच्यात सुद्धा पुरुष श्रेष्ठ आणि बाई श्रेष्ठ पितृसत्ताक पुरुष व्यवस्था आणि तिथं म्हणजे ट्रान्सजेंडर आणि LGBT सगळे त्यांना आपण फिक्स म्हणजे त्यांना कोणी समजत नाही बाईला कनिष्ठ तरी मानलंय आणि त्यांना काहीच जागाच नाही. आता ही जागा मिळायला LGBT चळवळ खूप मदत आणि जी आपण म्हणतो की 1975 साली वर्ष होणार त्यानंतर स्त्री मुक्ती चळवळ आणि स्त्री मुक्ती चळवळीमध्ये स्त्रीला दुय्यम स्थान का हे कशामुळे आहे स्त्री विरुद्ध पुरुष भांडण नाहीये तर पितृसत्ताक व्यवस्थेविरुद्ध भांडण आहे असं सतत स्त्री चळवळ होते. या स्त्री चळवळीने 10-15 वर्ष स्त्रीच्या दुर्यमत्वाची कारणं काय ते म्हटलं होण्यासाठी काय करायचं लिगली काय असतं आपल्याला खूप कायदे असे आहेत ते कायदे बायकांच्या बाजूने झाल्याचं म्हटलं जातं ते चुकीचं कायदे स्त्रियांना न्याय देणार त्या आपण पहिली गोष्ट आता हे होत असताना एक 10-15 वर्षानंतर हळूहळू स्त्री चळवळीचे लक्षात आलं की स्त्रियांच्या ज्यांना कमी लेखलं जात आहे किंवा ज्यांना आत्मसात केलं जात आहे असा ट्रान्सजेंडर कम्युनिटी म्हणजे LGBTI असे सगळे असं जे सगळं आहे स्त्री पुरुष विरुद्ध लिंगी लैंगिक संबंध असणारी ही खरी माणसं आणि बाकीची माणसं ही जी एकूण सामाजिक आपली रचना त्या रचनेमुळे ज्याच्या पलीकडे असणारी जी सगळी लैंगिक ओळख आहे त्या सगळ्या लैंगिक ओळख असणाऱ्या लोकांना माणसंच नाही असं म्हणून दाखवतात. तर ही चळवळ असं म्हणते की नाही आमची जी काही लैंगिक ओळख आहे ती तुम्ही ऍक्सेप्ट करा आमचे राईट्स आम्हाला द्या आणि मग त्याच्यामुळे म्हणजे होतं कसं की हिजडा ज्या पद्धतीने आपण म्हणतो त्यांना आपण बघितलं की आपल्याला इथे भीती तरी वाटते किंवा आपल्याला अगदी दया वाटते. तर हे दोन्ही व्हायचं काही कारण नाही ना ती माणसं आहेत ती आपल्यासारखीच माणसं आहेत त्याच्यामुळे जेव्हा स्त्री चळवळ समता म्हटली तेव्हा लोक काय म्हणली की स्त्री पुरुष वेगळेच दिसतात मग समता कशी येईल तर आपण असं म्हणतो समता म्हणजे सारखंपणा नाही आपण सगळे वेगळे वेगळे दिसतो पण आपण एका प्रतिष्ठेची माणसं आता हे एका प्रतिष्ठेची माणसं न समजल्यामुळे काय होतं की आता वेगळी दिसते म्हणजे खिचडा उदाहरणार्थ समजून येतो पण समलैंगिक संबंध असणाऱ्या स्त्रिया अथवा समलैंगिक संबंध असणारे पुरुष हे बघून ओळखू येत नाही त्याच्यामुळे त्यांना त्या मानाने कमी त्रास होतो. पण हे जे बाह्य रूपाने करतात ट्रान्स कम्युनिटीची माणसं त्यांना जागा मिळत त्यांना वाढून जागा मिळत त्यांना नोकरीवर घेतलं जातं त्यांना घरामधून ढकललं जातं त्यांच्यावरती डोमेस्टिक व्हायलन्स होतो त्यांच्यावरती सोसायटीचा व्हायलन्स होतो त्यांचं सेक्शुअल एक्सप्लॉयटेशन होतं तर या सगळ्या त्यांच्या शोषणामुळे बऱ्याच वेळेला काय होतं की त्यांना घरातून मत दिलेलं असतं काही वेळेला ते आत्महत्या करतात मग काही वेळेला ते त्यांच्या कम्युनिटीमध्ये राहतात पण त्यांची जी कम्युनिटी असते तिथे गुरु आणि चेला असं नातं असतं ते सुद्धा पितृसत्ताक व्यवस्थेच्या नाण्याची दुसरी बाजू आहे त्याच्यामध्ये तिथे सुद्धा मी थोडी काय करतो की चेहरा पण तरी त्यांना निदान राहायला जावं, त्यांना निदान काहीतरी ही व्यक्ती आहे तिथे कमीत कमी सन्मान. त्याच्यामुळे तू जे म्हटलेस की त्यांना जागेचं काय, त्यांच्या नोकरीचं काय, तर जी आज परिस्थिती आहे त्याच्यासाठी आपण जबाबदार आहोत. त्याच्यामुळे आपण एक चांगलं माणूस म्हणून सामाजिक जबाबदारी पहिली गोष्ट लक्षात ठेवली पाहिजे की LGBT समुदायातून कोणीही व्यक्ती असेल ते माणूस म्हणजे आपल्यासारख्याच प्रतिष्ठेचे माणूस आहे म्हणजे लग्नापासून ऍक्सेप्ट करायचं. कायदे होतात, शिक्षण आमचं हेच म्हणणं आहे की सरकार कायदे बनवतो परत त्यांच्यामध्ये डिस्क्रिमिनेशन करायचं नाही म्हणतो कुठल्याही बाबतीत डिस्क्रिमिनेशन. कारण की आपलं जे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन आहे आपलं प्रियांबल जे आहे ते आपण म्हणतो त्याच्यामध्ये आपण म्हणतो की वी आर द सिटिझन्स ऑफ. आता सिटिझन्स म्हटलं की आपल्याकडे कुठेही पुरुष आणि स्त्री हा भेदभाव केलेला नाहीये. तर माझं असं म्हणजे आपल्याला हेच विचारणं आहे, आपण ह्यांच्याकडे वळूया, ऍडव्होकेट जाधव यांच्याकडे वळूया आपण की त्यांना जर डिस्क्रिमिनेशन नाहीये, पुरुष आणि स्त्री असं कुठेही म्हटलेलं नाहीये, तर कायद्याने 2014 मध्ये जे सुप्रीम कोर्ट म्हटलं की त्यांना तुम्ही थर्ड जेंडर म्हणा, तर ह्याच्याशी आपण कायद्याच्या भाषेमध्ये आपण म्हणाला तर किती सहमत आहात? Let me reference to the Constitution, our preamble.
First of all, thank you, Ronak ma'am, thank you, staff, thank you, Sunita ma'am, तुमचा टीमचा सगळा स्टाफ आणि माझे सगळे मित्रमैत्रिणी एवढ्यासाठी म्हणतोय की तुम्ही जर बघितलं ना तर मी असा आहे स्कूलमध्ये तिथं तुमच्यातला वाटतो.
आम्ही तुमच्यातलेच आहोत
म्हणून मी मित्रमैत्रिणी बेसिकली आता आपल्याला गीताली मॅमने थोडक्यात सामाजिक स्वरूप काय आहे हे ट्रान्सजेंडरचं हे सांगितलं. मी थोडं अजून मुळाशी जातो याच्या की मॅमचं म्हणणं असं होतं की आजच्या समाजाने ह्या ट्रान्सजेंडर कम्युनिटीला थोडस अलिप्त वागणूक दिली आहे असं आपण म्हणू. जर आपण ट्रान्सजेंडर बेसिकली ह्युमन इव्हॉल्व्ह होत आला आतापर्यंत हे आपल्या सगळ्यांना माहिती आहे. सो जसं मेल फिमेल ची हिस्ट्री आपण शोधत गेलो तर पुराण काळाच्या पण आधीपर्यंत आपल्याला सापडते. सेम इज विथ द ट्रान्सजेंडर्स. तुम्हापैकी किती लोकांना माहिती आहे डोंट नो, पण रामायणामध्ये पण ट्रान्सजेंडर्सचा उल्लेख आला होता आणि महाभारतामध्ये पण ट्रान्सजेंडरचा उल्लेख आला होता. महाभारतामधला ट्रान्सजेंडरचा उल्लेख जो होता तो थोडा वेगळ्या स्वरूपाचा होता, व्यापक होता. सो मी तेवढ्यासाठी म्हटलं की ह्युमन इव्हॉल्वमेंट रामायण आधी झालं होतं. सो रामायणामध्ये असा उल्लेख आहे की ज्यावेळी राम वनवासाला चालले होते त्यावेळी त्यांनी सांगितलं की आता मी इथून पुढे मी वनवासाला जाणार आहे आणि ही वनवासाची जी काही शिक्षा म्हणू ती मला दिलेली आहे. सो माझ्या बरोबर जे अयोध्येतले स्त्री आणि पुरुष आले त्यांनी उद्या सकाळपर्यंत परत जा आणि आपलं आपलं काम करावं. राम लक्ष्मण सीता झोपी गेले. सकाळी उठल्यावर आश्चर्याने राम बघतायत तर काही लोक थांबलेले होते. सो त्यांना असं वाटलं की अरे ही मी आज्ञा दिली, मी राजकुमार आहे, मी आज्ञा दिली तरी हे लोक का थांबले. सो त्यांनी चौकशी केल्यावर त्यांच्या लक्षात आलं की ते म्हटले की तुम्ही फक्त स्त्री आणि पुरुष यांनाच जायला सांगितलं होतं. सो वी आर निदर मेल नॉर फिमेल. तर मग आता तुम्ही बघा आपल्यापैकी बऱ्याच जणांना माहितीये की देर इज अ म्हणजे एक प्रकारचं सेलिब्रेशन ज्यावेळी असतं त्यावेळी नॉर्थ मध्ये मेनली या लोकांना बोलवलं जातं बधाईसाठी. येस. सो ती जी बधाईची रसम आहे ती रामायणापासून चालत आली आणि मग थोडं इव्हॉल्व्ह झालं महाभारतामध्ये आपण आल्यावर ट्रान्सजेंडरचा जो इश्यू होता तो मग फक्त निदर मेल नॉर फिमेल पुरता मर्यादित नाही राहिला. महाभारतामध्ये असा उल्लेख आहे की पांडवांच्या विजयासाठी म्हणून मत्स्यकन्येकडून अर्जुनाला झालेला जो मुलगा होता तो स्वतःचा बळी द्यायला तयार झाला. बट त्याची एक इच्छा होती की मी जर जन्माला आलोय तर मला जे आपण फिजिकल इंटिमसीचं सुख म्हणतो ते घ्यायचंय.
नो वन वॉज रेडी टू बी हिज वाईफ फॉर अ सिंगल डे, कारण दुसऱ्या दिवशी त्याचा बळी जाणार आहे. सो विधवा, आयुष्यभर विधवा. तर ह्याच्यावर पर्याय म्हणून श्रीकृष्णाने मोहिनीचं रूप घेतलं. सो मग आता ही इव्हॉल्व झाली ना सोसायटी, की पूर्वी निदर मेल नॉर फिमेल, नाव अ मेल हू ऍक्ट्स एज अ फिमेल. हळूहळू जसं जसं भारताचं कॉलनायझेशन झालं तसा एक ऍक्ट आला, क्रिमिनल ट्राईब ऍक्ट. आणि त्या क्रिमिनल ट्राईब ऍक्टने ना हे जे सगळे लोक होते असे वेगळे दिसणारे, जसं मॅम म्हटल्या, या लोकांना क्रिमिनल म्हणूनच बघितलं गेलं. आणि मग ह्यांना जेव्हा क्रिमिनल म्हणून बघितलं गेलं कॉलनायझेशन मध्ये, त्याच्यानंतर ह्यांची लीगल बॅटल आपण ज्याला म्हणू ती खऱ्या अर्थाने सुरू झाली. त्याच्या आधी ह्या लोकांना खूप सन्मानाचं स्थान होतं. म्हणजे नॉट ओनली इन हिंदूज, इव्हन इन ख्रिश्चॅनिटी, इन इस्लाम, या लोकांना खूप मानाचं स्थान होतं. पण हळूहळू मग जसं कॉलनायझेशन झालं तसं मग मात्र या सगळ्या सामाजिक व्यवस्थेमध्ये पूर्णपणे बदल झाला आणि मग ही फाईट सुरू झाली. सो मग ही फाईट आता आपण अगदी रिसेंट 11 मार्च 2024 मध्ये आता आलेले जजमेंट आहे ते, किंवा सेम सेक्स मॅरेजचं जजमेंट आहे, नालसाचं जजमेंट जे आपण म्हटलं,
ते 2014चं जे जजमेंट आहे त्याच्यानंतर ऍक्ट झाला.
येस.
तर आमचं तेच म्हणजे आपल्याला तेच विचारण्याचं होतं की इतका वेळ जो गेला, म्हणजे आपण त्यांना सुप्रीम कोर्टाने त्यांना म्हणाले की ते द थर्ड जेंडर म्हणून, थर्ड. तर आमचं म्हणजे बिंग अ लॉयर, आम्हाला म्हणजे आपल्या कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन मध्ये प्रिअम्बल मध्ये कुठेही म्हटलेलं नाहीये वी आर द सिटीजन्स. आता पुरुष आणि स्त्री हा भेदभाव केलेला नाहीये. तर आम्हाला हेच आपल्याकडनं जाणून घ्यायचंय की त्यांना थर्ड जेंडर जे म्हटलं गेलं, तरी मग फर्स्ट आणि सेकंड जेंडर कोड हा आम्हाला म्हणजे आपण त्याच्यावर जास्त आम्हाला जर
इनफॅक्ट लिगली स्पीकिंग, नॉट ओनली मी, एव्हरी पर्सन हू इज connected with the legal studies will surely say कि third gender is a wrong term, and I advocate that third gender is a wrong term. You can have said it's a special gender, why not? मग फर्स्ट आणि सेकंड कोणी ठरवलं? सो why third, why not special gender? So now see, परत आपण एका कायद्याच्या सिस्टीम मध्ये आहोत. There is a hierarchy. Supreme Court says third gender, we say third gender. But upon as a law student, as a law professionals, we have that right even to challenge the terminologies or the judgments given by the Supreme Court. Even the laws or legislations framed by the government also can be challenged. पण त्यासाठी काय पाहिजे? लीगल ऍक्टिव्हिजम पाहिजे. प्रिएम्बल नाही म्हणत स्त्री पुरुष और थर्ड जेंडर, पण हा थर्ड जेंडर ही कन्सेप्ट आली, विच इज आय से विच इज पर से इलिगल. देर कॅनॉट बी, मग ते डिस्क्रिमिनेशन झालं. फर्स्ट जेंडर, सेकंड जेंडर, थर्ड जेंडर, न्यूमरोलॉजी ठरवली कोणी? सो आता आमचं इथेच मगाशी बोलणं झालं की आय थिंक आय विल इनफॅक्ट रिक्वेस्ट होनप मॅम दॅट by this legal aid cell of your college, do something, make a group of students who can study on that and let them challenge, let them see how Supreme Court works. This is a golden opportunity, खूप छान opportunity आहे. आणि असतात अशी मुलं, म्हणजे आम्ही कॉलेजला असताना पण आम्ही ऍक्टिव्ह होतो. सो डू दिस, आणि मग कॉलेजसाठी काहीतरी केल्याचा किंवा समाजासाठी काहीतरी केल्याचा एक ऑनर फील होईल. सो येस, तुम्ही म्हणताय ते बरोबर आहे. थर्ड जेंडर इज अ रॉंग टर्मिनॉलॉजी.
आता मी सगळे स्टुडंट्सना इथे विचारते, प्रिअम्बल सगळ्यांनी वाचलं असेल बरोबर? तुम्ही लॉ स्टुडंट्स आहात, लिगल कायद्याचा अभ्यास करता आहात. आज ना उद्या तुम्ही कोर्टात जाणार आहात आणि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनच्या बाहेर काहीच नाही. आपण ऍज अ लिगल स्टुडंट म्हणा, आम्ही ऍडव्होकेट्स म्हणा, लिगल फ्रॅटर्निटीमध्ये आम्ही काम करतो, सगळं आहे. इव्हन तुम्ही लिगल स्टुडंट्स नसाल, तुम्ही भारताचे नागरिक आहात, तर तुम्हाला कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन आणि प्रिअम्बल बद्दल माहिती पाहिजे. तर मला आता हे सांगा, इथे किती स्टुडंट्स असे आहेत की ते जे म्हणतात की नाही, हे ट्रान्सजेंडर्स ते थर्ड जेंडर होऊ शकत नाही? तुम्हाला किती लोक ह्या बाबतीत तुम्ही सहमत आहात? आता जे म्हणतात सहमत आहेत की ते थर्ड जेंडर होऊ शकत नाही, आता जे म्हणतात नाही ते थर्ड जेंडर आहे ज्यांनी हात वर केले नाही, आता त्यांनी हे मला ह्याचं उत्तर द्यावं की ते थर्ड जेंडर कसे असू शकतात. कोणी आहे? एनी स्टुडंट? या, वी वेलकम यू. थर्ड जेंडर ही कन्सेप्ट आपल्याकडे अजून तरी म्हणजे फक्त सुप्रीम कोर्टचं जजमेंट आलं 2014 मध्ये, तेव्हा थर्ड जेंडर ही कन्सेप्ट आपल्याकडे पहिल्यांदा कळली आपल्याला. तर आपण जे आपलं मत मांडू शकाल तर वी वेलकम यू.
आपली भारतीय संस्कृती जी आहे पुरुष प्रधान संस्कृती आहे, त्याच्यामुळं स्त्रीला आपल्या भारतीय संस्कृतीमध्ये कायम दुय्यम स्थान दिलेले आहे. त्या अनुषंगानं पुरुषाला फर्स्ट जेंडर, स्त्रीला सेकंड जेंडर आणि कदाचित सुप्रीम कोर्टाने ते अज्युम करून थर्ड जेंडर म्हणून केलं असं मला वाटतं.
पण आपण कायद्याचा अभ्यास करतोय आणि आपण आपल्या प्रियंबलला सर्वोच्च स्थान दिलेलं आहे. त्याच्यामध्ये स्त्री आणि पुरुष, ते पुरुष प्रधान आहे किंवा स्त्री प्रधान, काही आपल्याकडे काही ठिकाणी स्त्री प्रधान सुद्धा आहे. त्यामुळे त्यांनी दिलं असेल, इफ्स अँड बट्स नाही. आपल्या कायद्याच्या भाषेत मी म्हणते, आपण लिगल कायद्याचे विद्यार्थी आहात, त्या पद्धतीने मी तुम्हाला विचारतीये की मलाही जाणून घ्यायची खूप इच्छा आहे की आपण हे थर्ड जेंडर का म्हणतोय. तर आपल्या म्हणण्याप्रमाणे बहुतेक त्यांनी पुरुष प्रधान जे म्हणे स्त्रियांना सेकंड जेंडर असं म्हटलेलं आहे, पण कायद्यामध्ये असं कुठे म्हटलेलं दिसत नाही. ही तर गोष्ट आपण मान्य करता?
अति मान्य आहे.
ओके, थँक्यू सो मच. चैत्राली मॅम, तुम्ही स्वतः वकील पण आहात, वकिलीचा हे करताय, परत तुम्ही एनजीओ चालवता, परत तुम्ही मीडियामध्ये खूप सक्रिय आहात. मला आपल्याला एक खूप जाणून घ्यायची आपल्याकडनं एक इच्छा आहे की जेव्हा कुठल्याही ट्रान्सजेंडरची एखादी बातमी किंवा एखादी न्यूज आपण पब्लिश करता, मग ती कुठेही असू दे, किंवा एखादी फिल्म येते, तर त्या बाबतीत प्रेस काउन्सिलने काही रूल्स दिलेले, काही नियम बनवलेले आहेत. तर आपल्याला असं वाटतं का की हे जे ट्रान्सजेंडर्स आहेत त्यांच्याबद्दल जी काही न्यूज येते, आता भले ती कोर्टातली न्यूज असू दे, तर जी मीडिया आहे ती तेवढं त्यांचं पालन करते का, किंवा त्यांनी कसा ह्याची न्यूज द्यावी, आपल्याकडून आम्हाला जाणून घ्यायचंय.
निश्चित. मी पहिले एक गोष्ट सांगते, गोईंग आउट ऑफ वे. मी 18 वर्ष क्राईम रिपोर्टिंग करते. पुणे मिररची मी ब्युरो हेड आहे क्राईमची. आणि मी तुमच्यासारखी लॉ स्टुडंट एका काळी म्हणजे होते. सुनीता मॅडम म्हणजे माझ्या नेहमी मार्गदर्शक आहेत. गेली 17 वर्ष त्यांनी मला पाहिलेलं आहे कोर्टामध्ये. मी तुमच्यासारखी लॉ स्टुडंट असताना मी क्राईम रिपोर्टर होते पुणे मिररला. म्हणजे दॅट इज वे बियॉन्ड 20 year old स्टुडंट लाईक यू ऑल. तेव्हा मी असं होतं की नाही का, जेव्हा एखादं म्हणजे मी तुम्हाला सरांचं एक मत मी पुढे घेऊन तुमच्याशी बोलते की एक कुठलाही माणूस जेलमध्ये बाळ जन्माला आलं तर ते असायचं जेलमध्ये जन्माला आलं. आय वॉज अ लॉ स्टुडंट लाईक यू. मी तेव्हा एक पत्र लिहिलं आर पाटीलला आणि मी स्वतः बातमी पण केली. आणि त्याच्यानंतर एक असं वाटलं की वी मस्ट नॉट स्टिक ओनली टू रिपोर्ट रायटिंग, वी शुड गो बियॉन्ड. कारण आपल्यामध्ये प्रत्येकामध्ये एक सोशल वर्कर एक दडलेला असतो. तर त्याच्यामध्ये मी केलं की आर पाटीलांना पत्र लिहिलं, कारण ते तेव्हाचे होम मिनिस्टर होते आणि होम मिनिस्टरच्या अंडर जेल येतं. मी लिहिलं. त्यानंतर आर पाटीलांनी GRच काढला की जे जेलमध्ये जन्माला येतात त्या बाळांना जवळच्या हॉस्पिटलमध्ये जाऊन ना त्यांची नोंदणी करावी आणि कुठलंही बाळाचं नाव जेलमध्ये भरती असं नाही लिहायचं. सो दॅट इज राईट टू प्रायव्हसी अंडर ते कॉन्स्टिट्युशनलला पकडून गेलं. जसं आता सर म्हटले, मॅडम म्हणजे एक स्मॉल अटेम्प्ट रिअली मेक्स अ बिग डिफरन्स. अजून एक तुम्हाला उदाहरण देते. जसं कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन मध्ये वी द सिटिझन्स ऑफ इंडिया, ही अँड शी तिथं म्हटलं जातं. जर का आपल्याला बेसिक जर का कामासाठी करायचं असेल तर आपल्या कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन मध्ये त्यांना एक स्थान दिलं पाहिजे. आणि लॉ स्टुडंट विल डेफिनेटली मेक अ डिफरन्स. यू वोंट बिलीव्ह, I am associated one of the law colleges in Pune. We are working on that particular topic where we have to change in the basicness in the constitution. म्हणजे आमच्या पहिले तुम्हीही केलं म्हणजे as म्हणजे that is for me cause is much important. For giving that community a justice, we have to start from ourselves. That is what I feel. And it will take time for people to understand. Like ma'am pointed out, we are so much indulged. म्हणजे आपण इतकं इंडल्ज झालंय की स्त्री आणि पुरुष त्या स्त्रीलाच आपण न्याय देण्यामध्ये इतकं झालेलं आहे की आपण यांना स्पेशल कॅटेगरीकडे बघितलीच नाही अजूनपर्यंत. आय कन्सिडर दोज पीपल स्पेशल कॅटेगरी. टर्मोलॉजीज गेट चेंज. आपल्याकडे जसं चाइल्ड अब्युजेस मध्ये होतं, गोवा छोटा राज्य म्हणजे एक आपण त्याला म्हणतो युनियन टेरिटरी होती, तरी त्यांच्याकडे काय होतं, सेक्शुअल ऍट चाइल्ड अब्युजवर लॉ होता. आपल्याकडे 2013 मध्ये पॉस्को ऍक्ट आला. गोवामध्ये तो ऍक्ट होता. मग त्याच्यामध्ये स्पेशल लॉजची गरज आहे, हो आहे. आणि टर्मोलॉजीज गेट चेंज. रेप आपण लहान मुलांना जेव्हा बलात्कार होतो त्याला रेप नाही म्हणतो, चाइल्ड अब्यूज म्हणतो किंवा असॉल्ट म्हणतो त्याच्यामध्ये अंडर पॉस्को. तर मला तुम्हाला तेच म्हणायचंय की गेट टर्मोलॉजीज चेंज आणि लॉ स्टुडंट रिअली मेक्स अ डिफरन्स. अँड यू ऑल लॉ स्टुडंट म्हणजे आता जस्टिस चंद्रचूड साहेब आहेत आपले, वन ऑफ द ब्युटिफुल अँड बेस्ट ऑफ द जजेस आहेत की ते खूप सारे लॉ कॉलेजेसला ऑपॉर्च्युनिटी देतात की तुम्ही काहीतरी संशोधन करा. लॉट ऑफ लॉ कॉलेजेस आर डुईंग लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स. आय सजेस्ट की तुम्ही कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनचा हा मुद्दा इव्हन डाल्साला रिपोर्ट केला की भारताच्या संविधानामध्ये ते चेंजेस करा. एवढा एक स्मॉल अटेम्प्ट विल डेफिनेटली मेक अ ह्यूज डिफरन्स. एक ही अँड शी नंतर काय, आता आजकाल खूप सारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन आहे, पूर्ण कंट्री वाईज आहे, त्याच्यामध्ये पण ही शी आणि आता स्लॅश आलाय. ही आणि शी म्हणण्यापेक्षा ते नवीन टर्मोलॉजी शोधा. rather than discussing, you can really, a small attempt really makes a big difference. म्हणजे मी तुमच्यासारखी लॉ स्टुडंट होती आणि त्याच्या मोठा जीआर निघाला की नाही का, बाळ जेव्हा जन्माला येतं तेव्हा जेल, वेअर इज द बर्थ प्लेस, जेल. इन्स्टेड ऑफ दॅट इट वॉज नियर बाय हॉस्पिटल. हे चेंज होऊ शकतं. तर दिस कॅन बी रिअली अ बिग डिफरन्स. आणि जसं मॅमनी मला प्रश्न विचारलेला आहे
की मीडियाचं ऍक्च्युली ह्याच्यामध्ये मीडिया खूप मोठा एक रोल प्ले करते. तुम्ही आता आपण म्हणू शकतो की त्याचे काही रूल्स बनवलेले आहेत, प्रेस काउन्सिलने काही रूल्स बनवले की तुम्ही ट्रान्सजेंडर बद्दल कुठलीही बातमी देणार असाल तर काही रूल्स आहेत. तर मला मॅडमला हेच विचारायचं, चैत्राली मॅडमला, की जेव्हा हे एक तर त्यांच्या बातम्या खूप कमी पब्लिश होतात, खूप रेअरली पब्लिश होतात, कारण की मीडियाला त्याच्यात काहीतरी असं खूप काहीतरी असं कलरफुल, असं खूप ते लोकांना असं काहीतरी छान वाटायला पाहिजे, वाचून त्यांचा परत त्यांचं हे काय खप वाढायला पाहिजे, असं काहीतरी होतं. पण ज्या ह्या टीव्हीवर दाखवतात किंवा आजकालचे काही ऑनलाईन आहे, तर ह्या सगळ्या बातम्यांमध्ये किती खरं आणि किती खोटं आणि किती रूल्स फॉलो होतात ते आम्हाला आपल्याकडून जाणून घ्यायचं.
मी तुम्हाला एक गोष्ट सांगते की मला लॉचा बेनिफिट सगळ्यात जास्त पत्रकारितेमध्ये झालेला आहे. मी त्याचं एक उत्तम उदाहरण तुम्हाला सांगते. एकदा एक स्टोरी केली होती डोमेस्टिक व्हायलन्सची. ती बाई प्रेग्नन्सीसाठी तिच्या माहेरी गेली होती आणि माहेरून आल्याच्या नंतर तिला झाला मुलगा. आणि मुलगा झाल्यामुळे ना त्या माणसाने जेव्हा तो घरी आला, ही बातमी मी पुणे मिररला केली होती, तर तेव्हा तिने बघितलं घरामध्ये तिचा नवरा तृतीयपंथी झाला, म्हणजे हिजडा झाला, आपण ज्याला म्हणतोय. तो वर्ड अप्रोप्रिएट नाही ना, पण दॅट इज थर्ड जेंडर तो झाला. आणि त्याच्यानंतर ती म्हटली, आणि तिला नंतर असं होतं की त्याला म्हटलं की खूप पैसे आहेत, टाळ्या वाजवले की पैसे मिळतात. तर रिअल ट्रान्सजेंडर कोण आहे हे खूप मोठं आता चॅलेंज आहे. आणि त्याच्यानंतर त्या बाळाला पण तो माणूस अडॉप्ट करायचा तयार होता की ते कटवा म्हणून त्यांचा एक, म्हणजे हा ट्रेडिशनल आहे. सर म्हणते की एक स्पिरिच्युअलिटी वरून त्या सगळ्या गोष्टी आपल्या रिच्युअल्स मध्ये येतो. आपण ट्रान्सजेंडरला कधी ओळखतो, जसं मॅडम म्हणतात.
मॅडम एकच मिनिट मी आपल्याला थोडस हे करते, थांबवते इकडे. रिअल ट्रान्सजेंडर कोण आहे? जे रिअल ट्रान्सजेंडर असतात त्यांना डिस्ट्रिक्ट मॅजिस्ट्रेट कडून त्यांना एक सर्टिफिकेट घ्यावं लागतं. तर मला म्हणजे आपण दोघंही म्हणजे काम करता, खूप सोशल वर्क करता, किंवा जाधव सर पण इकडे आहेत, तर मला हे विचारायचंय की डिस्ट्रिक्ट मॅजिस्ट्रेट कडून तुम्हाला सर्टिफिकेट घ्यायचं आहे, ही जी म्हणजे काय म्हणतात त्याला, ही जी त्यांचा राईट आहे तो तरी त्या ट्रान्सजेंडरला माहित आहे की नाही हे सुद्धा आपण पाहायला पाहिजे. त्याच्याबद्दल काही आपण बोलू शकता का, म्हणजे काही आम्हाला सांगू शकता की अशी कुठली एखादी गव्हर्नमेंट मेकॅनिझम आहे का की जे तुम्ही प्रत्येक ट्रान्सजेंडरला भेटणार आणि सांगणार, ए तू घेतलंस का नाही सर्टिफिकेट, किंवा तो खरा ट्रान्सजेंडर आहे की नाही हे ठरवणार कोण? त्याच्याबद्दल आपण तिघांनी, मला जर ह्याच्याबद्दल काही म्हणजे इव्हन स्टुडंट्सना सुद्धा ह्याचं जास्त म्हणजे त्यांना आवडेल हे ऐकायला.
मी फक्त तर त्यानंतर मला काय झालं की अख्खी कम्युनिटी तिथं उभी आली. त्यानंतर मी त्यांना म्हटले की तुमच्याकडे किती जणांकडे सर्टिफिकेट आहे मला दाखवा.
ते पाहिजे.
आणि मग तुम्ही मला सांगा, मी केस फाईल करते, तुम्ही माझ्यावर करताय नाही ते, म्हणजे यू हॅव टू बी, व्हेनेव्हर यू रायटिंग रिपोर्ट यू हॅव टू बी स्ट्रॉंग विथ युअर ओन एव्हिडन्स. आणि आपण आपली केस स्वतः लढायची असते तेव्हा ॲज अ रिपोर्टमध्ये. तर एक होती. आणि आता रिसेंटली जसं सुप्रीम कोर्टाने 2020 मध्ये नालसानी एक नवीन गाईडलाईन्स केले. यू वोंट बिलीव्ह, आता जेलमध्ये सुद्धा आहे ना सेपरेट यार्ड आहे. ही मी रिसेंटली आता बातमी केली होती, जेव्हा सोलापूरमध्ये म्हणजे पंढरपूरला देवस्थानामध्ये 13 त्यांना एक म्हणजे ट्रान्सजेंडर कम्युनिटीला पकडलं होतं, एका पोलिसाला मारलं होतं त्यांनी, कारण कम्युनिटी एकत्र अटॅक करते. आणि त्यावेळेस काय करायचं काही नाही, म्हणून गव्हर्नमेंट इज ऑल्सो प्लेइंग, म्हणजे जसं आता जर का वुमेनला अरेस्ट करायचं असेल तर वुमेन पोलीस ऑफिसर, तसं आता ट्रान्सजेंडरमध्ये पण त्यांची नेमणूक केली जाते. बट इट शुड स्टार्ट फ्रॉम अस. आता जसं तुम्ही म्हणताय की कम्युनिटी, आता एक पोर्टल आहे सोशल जस्टिसचं, त्याच्यामध्ये ते आहे, त्याच्यामध्ये कम्युनिटी लिडर आहे. त्या कम्युनिटीज मध्येच इतके डिस्टर्बन्स आहेत. म्हणजे आता जसं पहिलं होतं ट्रान्सजेंडर, ट्रान्सजेंडरमध्ये कोण होतं, LGBT, मग LGBTQ आलं, मग A आलं, मग प्लस आलं. त्यांच्यामध्येच इतकी वाद आहेत. L पासून E पासून ते A++ पर्यंतच इतके वाद. ते त्यांच्या म्हणजे आता कसं केलंय, आपण सगळ्याच कम्युनिटीला एकत्र करून टाकले. म्हणजे लेस्बियन असू, गे असू, बायसेक्शुअल असू, हे असू, ते असू, इथं स्त्री पुरुष मध्येच एकत्र कधी होत नाही. तर LGBTQAI या कम्युनिटीमध्ये कधी एकत्र येणार. आता आजच मी एक बातमी डिस्कस करत होते की ससून हॉस्पिटलमध्ये त्यांच्यासाठी सेपरेट वॉर्ड केलेला आहे. तर त्याच्यामध्ये ती बातमी आता मला तर फार आवडली, कारण बिकॉज आय वॉज द वन टू स्ट्रगल इट विथ रुपाली चाकणकर अँड वी फॉट विथ RNU, आणि ते मिळालं. आणि त्यानंतर आता दुसरी कम्युनिटी म्हणते असायलाच नाही, का नाही, तिथं काही उपयोगच नाही. दिस इज व्हॉट टेक्स प्लेस. कम्युनिटीज मध्ये पण युनिटी नाही आहे त्यांच्यामध्ये. ते का, कारण आपण एक ब्रिज तयार केलेला नाही अजूनपर्यंत त्यांच्यामध्ये. कम्युनिकेशन लॅप्सेस आहेत त्याच्यामध्ये. सो दिस इज वन पार्ट. रिपोर्टिंग का होत नाही, कारण नोबडी वॉन्ट्स टू टेक देम. आणि लॉ कुठे कमी असला तर ते एक आहे. आणि आता लॉ पण म्हणजे जसं आय शुड डू रिस्पेक्ट टू लॉ स्टुडंट्स, ते सगळं कम्युनिटी आपण लॉ जसं इंटरप्रेट करू तसं आहे. 377 मध्ये सगळ्यांना अपेक्षित होतं की आपल्याला काहीतरी त्याच्यातून येऊ, किंवा मॅरेजेस, सेम सेक्स मॅरेजेस अप्लाय करू, पण तसं नाही झालं ना. लोक पैसे, जसं आता लोकांना काही ऑप्शनच नाही जॉबचं. तुम्ही देणार आहे का कुणी जॉब? माझ्याकडे 10 ट्रान्सजेंडर आहे आता इथे, त्यांना जॉब पाहिजे, कोणी द्यायला तयार नाही. आता गव्हर्नमेंट पुढे आलेली आहे, हे आहे. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दॅट मॅम, इश्यू आहे की त्यांना टाळ्या वाजवल्याशिवाय पैसेच कोणी देत नाही ना. आणि ते टाळ्या का वाजवतात? त्यांनी त्यांचं लिंक बदलायचं असतं. ते वॉन्ट टू स्पॉन्सर त्या ओन जे त्यांचे ट्रान्स ऑर्गन त्यांना ते करायचं आहे. वी आर अगेन्स्ट नाव. म्हणजे आमच्याकडे जे कम्युनिटीमध्ये मेंबर्स येतात, आय एम सेइंग देम डोंट डू दिस. यू एक्सेप्ट युअर बॉडी, कारण त्याच्यामध्ये खूप त्रास होतो. 64 स्टिचेस त्यांच्या अंगावर पूर्ण जातात, म्हणजे टू चेंज द ओन बॉडी ऑर्गन्स ते सगळे. वी अगेन्स्ट इट. तुम्ही काय करणार? टाळ्या वाजवणार, हे करणार, ते करणार. तुम्ही जे म्हणता लिस्टचं नाव, लोक डोंट वॉन्ट टू कम इन पब्लिक बिकॉज त्यांना जॉबच कोणी ऑफर देत नाही. दॅट इज अ बेसिक.
तर आमचं हेच म्हणणं आहे की त्यांना जॉब मिळत नाही. मॅडम आपल्याकडे मी वळते आता, त्यांना जॉब मिळत नाही, किंवा जसं आपण म्हणतो की नाही आपल्याला त्यांना जॉब द्यायला पाहिजे, किंवा त्यांना मेडिकल फॅसिलिटीज द्यायला पाहिजे. गव्हर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल्समध्ये त्यांचे काही ऑपरेशन्स असतात, त्याच्यामध्ये गव्हर्नमेंट म्हणतं की मी सगळं करतो, आम्ही हे केलेलं, आम्ही एवढ्या सर्व्हिसेस देतो, हे करतो, ते करतो, पण त्याचं एक्झिक्युशन होत नाही. तर बीइंग अ सोशल वर्कर, तर आपल्याला काय वाटतं की ही मेकॅनिझम कशी सुरुवात व्हायला पाहिजे, किंवा आपल्या ह्याच्या सजेशन्स काय राहणार आहे, कारण की आपण खूप काम केलेलं असतं ह्या सगळ्या लोकांबरोबर. तर असं काय आहे का, एक कुठली मेकॅनिझम आहे का की त्या लोकांपर्यंत पोहोचणं आणि त्यांना सांगणं. हे पेपरवर सगळं दिसतंय, गव्हर्नमेंटच्या रेकॉर्डमध्ये सगळं दिसतंय, पण रियालिटीमध्ये काही नाहीये. तर हे काम ऍज अ सोशल वर्कर किंवा आपण जेव्हा करतो, तर आपलं सजेशन काय राहणार आहे की आपण कसं त्यांच्यापर्यंत पोहोचायला पाहिजे?
अगदी पहिली गोष्ट अशी आहे ना ताई, की मानसिकता बदलायला पाहिजे. म्हणजे सरकार मगाशी आपण म्हटलं तसं भले, आणि खरं ना एक राजकारण असतं की कोणीतरी या मागण्या करतायत का पटापट त्या संमत करून टाकायच्या मागण्या, पुढे त्याचं काय होईल तर काही नाही. त्याच्यामुळे हे जर का पुढे काहीतरी व्हायचं असेल तर एकूण सामाजिक मानसिकता बदलायला पाहिजे. म्हणजे मगाशी मी म्हटलं तसं आपण सगळ्यांना इक्वल आहे असं धरायला पाहिजे. आणि ते धरत असताना जसं आता म्हणाल्या की त्यांच्यामध्येच एक वाक्यता नाही, तर त्यांच्यामध्येच एक वाक्यता नाही असं जेव्हा म्हटलं जातं तेव्हा आपण लक्षात ठेवा की मी तर हे लक्षात घेऊया की जेव्हा माणसं उपेक्षित असतात ना किंवा त्यांना कमी मानलेलं असतं, म्हणजे उदाहरणार्थ स्त्रियांच्या बाबतीत तुम्ही सतत एक वाक्य तर मला असं वाटतं की जेव्हा म्हणजे सारखी मी या व्यवस्थेपाशी येते, तुम्हाला असं वाटेल या का सारख्या पितृसत्ताक पुरुष प्रधान व्यवस्थेविषयी बोलतायत, पण हे लक्षात घेऊया की आपण स्त्री विरुद्ध पुरुष नाही, आपण स्त्री विरुद्ध LGBTIQ नाही, आपण या व्यवस्थेविरुद्ध, कारण ही व्यवस्था माणसाला समान वागवत नाहीये. आणि मग या पितृसत्ताक व्यवस्थेत कसं जसं म्हटलं की स्त्रियांची जेव्हा चळवळ झाली तेव्हा तुम्ही बघा केव्हाही तुम्हाला हे वाक्य ऐकायला तर बघा ना, स्त्री स्त्रीची शत्रू आहे. तर हे वाक्य का म्हणतात? कारण आपल्याला असं दिसतं की स्त्रिया स्त्रियांमध्ये पटत नाही. म्हणजे सासू सुनांचं पटत नाही, नंदा भावजांचं पटत नाही, जावा जावांचं पटत नाही आणि सवती मत्सर तर बघायलाच नको. पण ही सगळी जी नाती आहेत ही कुणामुळे निर्माण झाली आहेत आणि कशामुळे निर्माण झाली आहेत? तर ही लग्नामुळे निर्माण. म्हणजे या नात्यामध्ये एक कोणीतरी पुरुष आहे, म्हणजे स्त्रियांमध्ये उपजाती निर्माण केल्या आणि ते पुन्हा हायरार्की आहे. म्हणजे ज्या बाईला मुलगा आहे, जिचा नवरा जिवंत आहे, ती एकदम टॉप मोस्ट पोझिशन. मग नवरा जिवंत आहे पण मुली आहे, मग नवरा जिवंत आहे पण मुलं नाहीये, मग विधवा, मग परित्यक्ता. मग परित्यक्ता म्हणजे टाकायला काय वस्तू आहे का स्त्री? पण ह्या सगळ्या उपजाती केल्या आहेत आणि त्या त्यांच्या सत्तेच्या भांडणामध्ये एकमेकींशी भांडतात. आणि आपण कसं म्हणणार की बघा त्यांचंच पटतं. पण मग आम्ही स्त्रियांना असं सांगतो की हे दिसताना जरी तुम्हाला दिसत असलं तरी जबाबदार व्यवस्था आहे. याला जबाबदार स्त्रिया नाहीये, कारण पुरुषांची फार मैत्री आहे. किती मारामाऱ्या करतात पुरुष. भाऊबंदकी हा शब्द तर अगदीच म्हणजे आहे आपल्याला माहितीये. वडला मुलगा यांचं पटत नाही, भावाभावांचं तर नाहीच नाही. नाक्या नाक्यावर मारामारी होते तर कोण मारामाऱ्या करत असतो? पुरुषच. पण एखादी वाक्य म्हणतो का आपण की बघा ना, पुरुषच पुरुषांचे वैरी आहेत? कधीच म्हणत नाही. हे पुरुषी राजकारण. त्याच्यामुळे आपण हे लक्षात घ्यायला पाहिजे की हे राजकारण आहे.
हे आपण म्हणाला की मानसिकता बदलायला पाहिजे, पण ही मानसिकता बदलणार कशी? आपण प्रत्येकाला जाऊन सांगू नाही शकत की हे असं आहे किंवा त्याच्याशिवाय त्याच्यासाठी कायदा होऊ शकत नाही. आता ऑलरेडी कायदा आहे, ट्रान्सजेंडर साठी कायदा आहे, त्यांच्या राईट साठी कायदा आहे. आता ही मानसिकता म्हणजे आपण भारत काही छोटा देश नाहीये. आज एवढी मोठी लोकसंख्या आहे, सगळं आहे, डेमोक्रेटिक कंट्री आहे, सगळ्यांना बोलण्याचा स्वतःचा फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच आणि एक्सप्रेशन आहे, सगळं आहे. त्याच्यामुळे आपण आपली मानसिकता बदलणं हे जास्त सोयीचं होईल का, जे ट्रान्सजेंडर आहेत त्यांनी आपली मानसिकता बदलावी?
दोघांनी बदलायला पाहिजे. पण पहिले आपण
हे
कारण
आपण
privileged आहोत. नाही, आपण प्रिव्हिलेज आहोत. त्याच्यामुळे आपण आपली मानसिकता पहिल्यांदा बदलायला पाहिजे. आपण त्यांना असं ते असं म्हटलं नाही पाहिजे.
नाही असं असेल तर तुम्ही आहात, मॅडम आहे, की मी उद्या टाळी वाजवून नाही हे करणार, मी पैसे कमवणार नाही किंवा मी सेक्स वर्कर म्हणून काम करणार नाही. आपल्या कायद्याने सांगितलंय की त्यांना एम्प्लॉयमेंट द्या, बरोबर, इक्वल ऑपॉर्च्युनिटी द्या, त्यांना सगळीकडे इक्वल ऑपॉर्च्युनिटी कायद्याप्रमाणे दिलेली आहे. जर तुम्हाला त्यांनी नाकारलं तर तुम्हाला कायद्याचा रस्ता आहे, पण तरी पण ते कायद्याचा रस्ता न वापरता ते त्यांचं जे सुरुवातीपासून जे काम चालू आहे किंवा टाळी वाजवणं, पैसे मागणं, लोकांकडे नाही घेणं किंवा सेक्सवर काम करणं, तर ह्याच्यासाठी आपण काय म्हणाल की त्या लोकांना शिक्षित करणं हे जास्त गरजेचं नाहीये का?
शिक्षित करणं गरजेचं आहे, पण असं धरा की आत्ता हा कायदा बिदा आहे. आत्ता कुठे 10-15 वर्ष झाली की लोक काहीतरी मानायला लागलीत की ही माणसं. आज 40 वर्षाच्या माणसाने काय करायचंय? 40 वर्षाच्या हिजड्याने आज काय करायचं? 50 वर्षाच्या हिजड्याने काय करायचं? म्हणजे हे म्हणूनच मी म्हटलं की आपण आधी आपली मानसिकता बदलायला पाहिजे. आपण थोडं लक्षात घ्यायला पाहिजे की आपण काहीतरी द्यायला पाहिजे आणि त्यांना अरे रे बिचारे, सिंपथी, दया अशा भावना नकोय. त्यांना त्यांचा राईट हवा आणि त्यांना त्यांचा सन्मान. तर या सगळ्या असलेल्या परिस्थितीमध्ये आपण असं लक्षात घ्यायला पाहिजे की हे दोन्ही बाजू आणि हे विशेष सर्कल आहे, हे लगेच काही मोडलं जाणार नाही. पण मग आपण आपली मानसिकता बदलायला पाहिजे. आपण आपल्या घरात सहकारी जे असतात घरकाम करणाऱ्या, ते हिजड आपल्याला चालणार आहेत का? त्या ट्रान्सजेंडर चालणार आहेत का कम्युनिटी मधल्या? तर ते आपण चालवून घ्यायला पाहिजे ना, आणि त्यांच्याशी माणूस म्हणून चांगलं वागायला पाहिजे, आणि या पद्धतीनेच्या गोष्टी हळूहळू नक्की होतात. आता तुम्हाला दिसत असेल की आमच्याकडे ह्युमन रिसोर्स साठी एक सोनाली दळवी म्हणून आली होती, ट्रान्सजेंडर आहे. कितीतरी जणी, किंवा दिशा शेखचे तुम्ही कुरूप म्हणून कविता ऐकली असेल, नाटकं चांगली चांगली यायला लागली आहेत, की ज्या नाटकातून लोकांचं प्रबोधन होतंय, लोकांना कळतंय काय होतंय की आपल्याकडे लैंगिकता, लिंग, लैंगिकता, याचे लैंगिक संबंध, आता लैंगिकता ही जन्मापासून मृत्यूपर्यंत असतं आणि त्याला बरेच पैलू आहेत. पण आपण लैंगिक संबंध याच्याविषयी इतकी गुप्तता बाळगलीये, आणि म्हणजे आपण लैंगिक जे अवयव असतो त्याला सुद्धा गुप्त अंग असंच म्हणतो. ते काय उघडे पडावे तसं कोणी म्हणत नाहीये, पण आम्ही असं म्हणतो की अरे ते आहेत ना अवयवांसारखे, योनी आणि शिश्न, हे शब्द का नाही वापरायचे? तर हे नाही वापरत ना, आपण कार्पेट खाली ढकलून देतो. म्हणजे आपला समाज, मला नेहमी असं वाटतं की अतिशय दांभिक आहे, इन्क्लुडिंग मायसेल्फ. म्हणजे आपण समाज म्हणून मी म्हणते की ते काय आपण करतोय की जी लैंगिकता, लैंगिक सुख या ज्या अगदी अतिशय जन्मापासून मृत्यूपर्यंत आपल्या सोबत असणाऱ्या आयुष्यातल्या महत्वाच्या गोष्टी आहेत त्याविषयी अजिबात बोलत. आणि मग कसं आम्ही नाही त्यातल्या कडीला वा आतली असं जे म्हणतात त्या पद्धतीने आहे ना, ते कशा करतात त्याकरता हे बोलायचं लैंगिक संबंधांविषयी. म्हणजे काय उघडं वागडं असायला पाहिजे असं नाही. म्हणजे आता उदाहरणार्थ मी नेहमी म्हणते एवढूशे स्कर्ट घालतात बघा, त्याला काहीतरी म्हणतात, त्याचं नाव मी नेहमी विसरते. मला ते फार आवडतं. मला असं वाटतं इतक्या मस्त त्या आणि त्या सगळ्या मुली अशा नसतात की ज्या मी एवढे शॉर्ट स्कर्ट घातलेत म्हणून माझ्याकडे बघा म्हणणाऱ्या. त्या अशा असतात की मस्त वाटतंय असं, व्हाय नॉट, मी का नाही घालायचं? तर स्त्री चळवळ असं म्हणते की असे कपडे घाला असं म्हणत नाही, किंवा उत्तानपणे वागा आणि तुम्ही अतिशय तुमच्या स्त्रीत्वाचं प्रदर्शन करा वगैरे स्त्री चळवळ म्हणत नाही. स्त्री चळवळ असं म्हणते की तुमच्या शरीरावर तुमचा अधिकार आहे. आणि स्त्री चळवळ पुरुषांना असंही सांगते की भले अगदी जरी एखादी स्त्री नग्न असली तरी तुम्हाला तिच्यावर बलात्कार करायचा अधिकार दिलेला नाही. बरोबर. त्याच्यामुळे या गोष्टी आपण लक्षात ठेवल्या पाहिजे ना, की या पद्धतीने लैंगिकतेविषयी तेरी बी चूप मेरी बी चूप जे प्रकरण चालू आहे त्यापेक्षा ओपन माइंडेडली, खुल्या दिलानी आपण कोणाची काय लैंगिक आवड आहे, कोण कोणाबरोबर राहत आहे, अथवा कुणाचे कुणाबरोबर संबंध आहे, याविषयी गॉसिप न करता मोकळेपणाने ते जर स्वीकारले तर मला असं वाटतं गुप्तरोग वगैरे वगैरे या गोष्टी खूप कमी
पण
होतील.
असं वाटत नाही का ह्याच्यामुळे आपण जर सगळं ओपन माइंडेडली हे सगळं हे केलं, आता भारतासारख्या देशामध्ये अजूनही ऑर्थोडॉक्स किंवा असा सगळा जो प्रकार आहे, अजूनही आपण आपल्या जुन्या जे रूढी आहेत त्यांना अजून पाळतो आहोत. आपल्या घरचे आई वडील किंवा आपले आजी आजोबा असतात ते ह्या गोष्टीला कधीच मान्य करणार नाही किंवा त्याला ऍक्सेप्ट करणार नाही. त्याच्यामुळे असं वाटत नाहीये का की ह्याच्यामुळे समाजावर दुसरा परिणाम होईल, किंवा एखादी LGBTQ, आता मी ट्रान्सजेंडर बद्दल बोलते, एखादा मुलगा जन्माला आला तर त्याला घरातनं बाहेर काढणं किंवा ते जे लोक येतात, ती कम्युनिटीची लोक येतात, ते त्या मुलाला घेऊन जातात. माझं असं म्हणणं आहे की जाधव सर, जर एखाद्या मुलाला असा जर जन्माला आला, जन्मतः असं असेल आणि तो जर ही लोक आली आणि जबरदस्तीने घेऊन गेली, तर त्यांच्याबद्दल आपण जर कोर्टात गेलो किंवा पोलीस स्टेशनला गेलो तर किती पोलीस आणि किती कोर्ट किंवा कायदा किती साथ देईल?
तेवढ्यासाठी म्हणून जो 2019 मध्ये ऍक्ट आला, त्या ऍक्ट मध्ये खूप स्पेसिफिकली सर्टिफिकेट या विषयावर खूप भर दिला गेला. आता सिंपल गोष्ट सांगतो तुम्हाला, मे विच आय एम फेसिंग दिस डेज. फेसिंग म्हणण्यापेक्षा ज्याचं मी ऍडव्हान्टेज घेतो सध्या. आय एम अ डिफेन्स लॉयर आणि आमच्याकडे एक मर्डरचं मॅटर आहे ज्याच्यात ट्रान्सजेंडरचा खून झाला. ही बेसिक स्टोरी अज्ञाताने केला. सो दॅट अज्ञात इज माय क्लायंट आता आरोपी असल्यामुळे. तर त्याच्यामध्ये फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन रिपोर्ट जी होती किंवा फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन जी पोलिसांना मिळाली ती अशी होती की साडी नेसलेल्या पुरुष जातीची डेड बॉडी. मग ते ससूनला गेले. ससूनला जाताना जो मेडिकल रिपोर्ट दिला पोलिसांनी त्याच्यात त्यांनी असं दिलं की तृतीय पंथीय जातीची एक डेड बॉडी. आता आधी पुरुष साडी नेसलेला, मग तृतीय पंथीय. मग ज्यावेळी इन्क्वेस्टला गेल्यावर इन्क्वेस्ट पंचनामामध्ये आलं ट्रान्सजेंडर आणि पोस्टमॉर्टम मध्ये आलं मेल. आता काय, आता मर्डर कोणाचं झालं? कन्फ्युजन. आपल्याला 2 सीज माहिती आहेत, आयदर कन्व्हिन्स और कन्फ्यूज. सो वी आर कन्फ्युजिंग. पण तेच जर तिसरं सी असतं, म्हणजे इफ दॅट फेलो हॅड अ सर्टिफिकेट, तर मग मात्र त्याची ओळख 100% झाली असती ट्रान्सजेंडर म्हणून. मग डिफेन्स लॉयर आमच्यासारखे आहेत, त्यांना अजून अभ्यास करावा लागला असता. पण म्हणून माझं म्हणणं काय आहे, कायदे होतात आपल्याकडे, त्याचं इम्प्लिमेंटेशन पण होतं, पण त्याची जी माहिती लोकांपर्यंत पोहोचायला पाहिजे ना, ती पोहोचत नाही. तो आता तुम्ही जो प्रश्न विचारलात की एखादं मूल जन्माला आलं आणि ते ज्यावेळी समजते की हा ट्रान्सजेंडर आहे, तर ती कम्युनिटी येते आणि त्याला जबरदस्ती घेऊन जाते वगैरे. तर ह्या गोष्टींमध्ये देअर इज अ लीगल रेमेडी. त्या कायद्यात असं म्हटलंय, त्या कायद्यात स्पेसिफिक म्हटलं की जसं डोमेस्टिक व्हायलन्स ऍक्ट मध्ये राईट टू रेसिडेन्स आहे, तसा ट्रान्सजेंडर्स ऍक्ट मध्ये सुद्धा राईट टू रेसिडेन्स आहे. म्हणजे बाहेरचेच नाही, घरातले जरी एखाद्या ट्रान्सजेंडरला म्हटले की तू घरात राहायचं नाही, तर त्याला हाकलून नाही काढू शकत तुम्ही. दॅट इज हिज राईट. सो ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टी आहेत कायद्यामध्ये, पण त्याच्यात तेवढं प्रबोधन होत
इम्प्लिमेंटेशन होत नाहीये.
राईट.
आता आपण बघितलं की आपल्यालाच मी पुन्हा एक प्रश्न विचारते की त्याच्यातला कायद्याच्या सेक्शन 18 मध्ये पनिशमेंट दिलेली आहे. म्हणजे की कुणी जर पनिशमेंट केली, आता एखादा ट्रान्सजेंडर पकडला गेला, त्याने एखादा गुन्हा केला, कुठलाही गुन्हा असू दे, पेटी ऑफेन्स असू दे, कुठलाही ऑफेन्स असू दे अंडर आयपीसी, जेव्हा त्याला कोर्टामध्ये घेऊन जातात, तर त्याच्या ज्या प्रॉब्लेम्स येतात, त्या प्रॉब्लेम्स बद्दल आपण काही सांगू शकाल का? म्हणजे ट्रान्सजेंडर ऍज अ अक्युज्ड म्हणून.
बेसिकली मॅम, वी कॅन से फॉर्च्युनेट और अनफॉर्च्युनेट, पण आयपीसी मध्ये कोर्टात आणलं की पर्सन म्हणून डील होतं. फक्त तो जुवेनाईल असेल तर मग त्याला बोर्डाकडे घेऊन जा म्हणतात. अदरवाईज ही इज अ पर्सन. आयपीसी मध्ये पर्सन. अगदी अगदी अगदी. पण मॅम जसं म्हटल्या की त्यांनी तो गुन्हा का केला, याच्या मुळाशी कोणी जायला पाहिजे? ज्युडिशरी तर जाणार नाही. ज्युडिशरी इज डॉक्युमेंट बाउंड. म्हणजे लोअर ज्युडिशरी इज डॉक्युमेंट बाउंड. हायकोर्ट, सुप्रीम कोर्ट 482 खाली काही म्हणू शकतो, पण लोअर ज्युडिशरी इज डॉक्युमेंट बाउंड. सो तो त्याच्या मुळाशी जात नाही की ह्यांनी हा गुन्हा ऑफेन्स का केला असेल. आणि इनफॅक्ट तसं आयपीसी सीआरपीसी म्हणतही नाही की तेवढं मुळाशी जायला पाहिजे म्हणून. क्राईम इज अ क्राईम. सो फॉर्च्युनेट फॉर सोसायटी अँड अनफॉर्च्युनेट फॉर ट्रान्सजेंडर्स, they are treated as persons under IPC CRPC.
आता आपण म्हणालात असं आहे की ते सेम म्हणून त्यांना पर्सन म्हणून केलं जातं. तर एखादा ट्रान्सजेंडर जेव्हा एखादा गुन्हा करून येतो, म्हणजे हा माझा पर्सनल आहे, म्हणजे एक्सपिरियन्स आहे की एखादा जर गुन्हा झाला असेल, तर एखाद्या बाईला जर पकडून आणलं तर 437 खाली तिला जामीन मागण्याचा अधिकार असतो. बरोबर आहे, म्हणजे ती बघू शकते. परंतु आता ट्रान्सजेंडरला जेव्हा पकडून आणलं जातं, तेव्हा मग तो जेव्हा एखादा अर्ज करतो जामिनासाठी 437 खाली, तर कोर्ट विचारतं की तो अधिकार बाईला आहे. आता तो जो ट्रान्सजेंडर असतो तो साडी नेसलेला असतो, पण तो बाई नसतो. पण तो म्हणतो नाही, मला तुम्ही जामीन द्या. तर सर, आता ह्या बाबतीत आपण काय बोलाल मग?
Basically, 437 clearly indicates that woman, old aged person. इथे ट्रान्सजेंडर असं नाहीये. पण म्हणून मी म्हटलं की दिस इज इव्हॉल्विंग. दिस इज नॉट टोटली इव्हॉल्व्ड. कायदा पण टोटली इव्हॉल्व्ड नाहीये. कायदा इव्हॉल्व्ह होतोय. आता आपण जे ट्रान्सजेंडरच्या संदर्भातले जे जजमेंट बघतो, त्याच्यात सुप्रीम कोर्ट म्हणताना असं म्हणतं की मी पुरुष आहे, दिसताना मी जन्माला पुरुष आलो, पण मला जर मी स्त्री आहे असं वाटत असेल तर दॅट इज माय राईट. पण हा राईट तुम्ही मला दिला, बरोबर आहे, पण त्या राईट सोबत येणारे जे राईट्स आहेत ते तुम्ही मला दिले का? ट्रान्सजेंडर्सना दिले का? नाही दिले. म्हणून कायदा इव्हॉल्व्ह होणं खूप गरजेचं आहे. दिस इज ना, जे हे जजमेंट्स आहेत 2-4 ना, दीज आर जस्ट स्टेपिंग स्टोन्स.
नाही माझं मी आता इकडे जेवढे तिन्ही पॅनेलिस्ट आहेत त्यांना म्हणजे मी विचारू इच्छिते की मग ही जबाबदारी आपले जे आपण सोशल वर्कर आहोत, वकील आहोत किंवा पत्रकार आहोत किंवा आपण स्टुडंट्स आहोत, ही आपली जबाबदारी नाहीये का की कायद्यामध्ये बदल व्हावा? मग ही सुरुवात कोणापासून करायला पाहिजे? मी स्टुडंट्सला विचारते की ही जबाबदारी मग कोणाची असू शकते की आपण 437 खाली बाईला होते जामीन मिळू शकतो, एखादा म्हणजे ओल्ड पर्सन असतो त्याला मिळू शकतो, सिक पर्सन असतो त्याला मिळू शकतो. ट्रान्सजेंडर म्हणतो मी बाई आहे, कोर्ट म्हणतं नाही, तुम्ही बाई नाही आहात, तुम्ही ट्रान्सजेंडर आहात. मग ह्याच्यात होणारा बदल कोणी करायचा आणि हे आपण कोणाला सांगायचं?
एकमेकाला सांगायचं.
एकमेकांना सांगून होणार आहे का? मी सांगितलं तुम्हाला, तुम्ही सांगितलं मला. लॉ कॉलेजमध्ये शिकणारे आपण विद्यार्थी आहात, उद्याचे तुम्ही भावी आमचे, आम्ही तुमच्याकडे बघतो ऍज अ क्रिमिनल लॉयर, सिव्हिल लॉयर, प्रॅक्टिसिंग लॉयर, आर्ग्युइंग इन द कोर्ट. यू आर द आर फ्युचर. उद्या तुम्ही हे सगळं करायला पाहिजे, तर हे कसं व्हायला पाहिजे हे आपण कोणी सांगितलं तर मला बरं वाटेल. ऍज अ स्टुडंट्स
जरी PIL म्हटलं.
कोण म्हटलं PIL? PIL by law school? But why to look for the NGOs? Why to look for them? आपण NGO कडे का
आपण जर बसलो किंवा एक 100, 200, 250, 500 लोक आहोत आपण, आपल्या मनात फक्त मनात म्हणजे विरून नाही जायला पाहिजे. त्याचं काहीतरी कुठंतरी इम्प्लिमेंटेशन व्हायला पाहिजे, त्याच्यावर काहीतरी ऍक्शन व्हायला पाहिजे. सो माझी पण रिक्वेस्ट आहे मॅम आपल्याला की इफ रिअली यू वॉन्ट टू स्टार्ट अ सेल फॉर ट्रान्सजेंडर, मी ह्या सगळ्यांच्या वतीने मी तुम्हाला सांगतो, विल बी देअर फॉर यू 24/7.
Yes.
We'll
We will
always.
we'll always. Ma'am, are you?
Yes, yes.
Yes, we
We'll do-
always
we'll
say,
do.
are all panelists, moderator, we all want to be a part of this cell, and I would like to, please ma'am, please.
On behalf of all my students and the faculty, we will definitely give it a serious thought.
Thank you ma'am, thank you so much.
It's a serious thought, and I think we can gather some interested students who genuinely want to work for the cause. And as we say, we'll definitely, with the support of our management, try to establish this cell. So that.
And I would like to also ask you ma'am की आपण जे हे म्हणतो की कायद्यामध्ये जे ह्या लूपहोल्स आहेत किंवा आता आपण म्हणतो की फक्त वोट बँक साठी केले किंवा त्यांना गाजर दाखवलं, ट्रान्सजेंडरला गाजर दाखवलं असं म्हणतो, कारण की कायद्यामध्ये त्यांच्यावर कुठलाही गुन्हा झाला, कारण की आयपीसी खाली तर ते म्हणतील की तुम्ही आयपीसी खाली जा, पण हा जो स्पेशल ऍक्ट आहे तर त्या ऍक्ट प्रमाणे त्यांना त्यांच्यावर कुठलाही गुन्हा त्यांनी कुणी केला, त्यांना त्रास दिला तर अप टू 6 months फक्त ती पनिशमेंट आहे. तर ती आम्हाला असं वाटतं की त्याचं काहीतरी बायफर्केशन व्हायला पाहिजे, कुठेतरी ते व्यवस्थित लिहिलं गेलं पाहिजे की अप टू 6 months म्हणजे काय. उद्या त्यांच्यावर काही गुन्हा म्हणजे त्यांना त्रास दिला, आपण एक म्हणू शकतो की त्याच्यावर रेप झाला, तर तो कुठल्या ह्याच्यात आयपीसी खाली मोडणार काय ह्या गुन्ह्याखाली मोडणार.
We will take all your considerations in mind. We'll keep them in mind, and if we genuinely form this cell, then we'll again consult you. And
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
with
Thank you
your
so much.
valuable guidance, I think our students will be able to undertake a very good project. And there are many students who really are very serious about doing such projects. And I think some students want to put up their hands also, those who would be genuinely interested in doing this. So yes, few of them are present here, and some of them still want to volunteer. So I think it's a very good suggestion that you have given to our college, and I think we will be committed to the cause.
With this, I think we will conclude this, and I really thank Itali ma'am. Please, yeah, one student he wants to, yeah, they are all welcome.
Thank you for giving this opportunity. माझं नाव अथर्व घाटगे. मगाशी तुम्ही एक प्रश्न विचारला की त्यांना जस्टिस हवा असेल तर त्यांनी काय करायचं. मला तुम्हाला उलटा प्रश्न आहे, जर का ते जस्टिस मागायला फक्त ते हायकोर्ट वगैरे ते जाऊ दे, जर का त्यांना काम हवं असेल आणि ते तुमच्या घरी आले की मला तुमच्याकडे कुठलेही काम मिळेल का, तर आपण त्यांना कॉमन मॅन म्हणून बघतोय का कशा दृष्टिकोनातून बघतोय, आणि तुम्ही त्यांना ऍक्सेप्ट करताय की नाही. ठीक आहे बाबा माझ्याकडे काम कर, तर तुम्ही हो म्हणाल का नाही हे मला उत्तर पाहिजे. तुम्ही ते तुमच्याकडनं आलं मला माहितीये, हे एक जणांचं झालं, बाकीच्यांचं काय. बाकीचे तुम्ही सगळेजण हो म्हणाल का नाही म्हणाल याचं उत्तर फक्त स्वतःच्या मनाला विचारा. आणि ज्या वेळेस सगळेजण आपण त्यांना कॉमन मॅन म्हणूनच बघू त्याच वेळेस आपण पुढे जाऊ, त्याच्याशिवाय आपण पुढे जाणार नाही.
पण ही मानसिकता बदलायला अगदी असं होणार नाही की एक किती बजाई और हो गया असं होणार नाही. त्याला खूप वेळ लागणार आहे, एक सुरुवात होणार आहे, आणि ती सुरुवात मला वाटतं आजपासूनच आपण करायला पाहिजे.
मध्ये आता मी सॉरी 1-2 मिनिट फक्त वेळ घेतो.
अगदी यू आर ऑलवेज वेलकम.
डिस्कस करत होतो की एक जण म्हणाले की ते रस्त्यावरती नाही आले पाहिजे, नाहीतर काय. त्यांना येण्याचं कारण काय आहे की आपण त्यांना एम्प्लॉयमेंटच देत नाहीये, तर मग त्यांना रस्त्यावरतीच येऊन दुसरा त्यांच्याकडे ऑप्शन काय, त्याशिवाय ते काहीच करू शकत नाही. त्यामुळे मला हेच सांगायचे जे मी आता परत सांगितलं
सांगते की टाळी वाजवणारे सगळेच जे असतात ते नसतातच. तुम्हाला त्याच्या एक गोष्ट सांगते फक्त की जर का तुम्हाला आपल्याकडे महाराष्ट्रामध्ये बेगर्स ऍक्ट आहे, बेगर इज क्राईम इन महाराष्ट्र. तरी रस्त्यावर बेगर्स दिसतात, पोलीस सोबत दिसतो आणि बेगरी मागतात. बघा महाराष्ट्रामध्ये बेगरी ऍक्ट आहे की नाही, मग ते मागतात. जे टाळ्या वाजवणारे आहेत की नाही ते लगेच तुमच्या पुढे काहीतरी चाळे करतात, ट्रेन टार्गेट करतात, हे करतात ते करतात. तुम्ही कुठला तरी एक ऍक्टिव्हिटी देते, मी आज तुम्हाला हे सगळ्या गोष्टी सांगत नाही, तर सांगितल्याच्या नंतर तुम्ही काय नाही, आज नसेल तुमच्याकडे कोणी ट्रान्सजेंडर तर मी तुम्हाला देते, एका स्टुडंटला एक देते, एवढे माझ्याकडे आहेत. त्याच्याकडून त्याची लँग्वेज शिकून घ्या आणि कुठे रस्त्यामध्ये कुणी तुम्हाला टाळी वाजवल्याच्या नंतर तो तुम्हाला 2-3 इनपुट्स देईल. ते इनपुट्स तुम्ही त्यांना विचारा आणि त्यावरून तो किती अडखळतो, एकच तुम्हाला उत्तर देते की त्याला त्याचं घराणं विचारायचं. तर तो तुम्हाला लगेच म्हणेल ओके ट्रान्सजेंडर आहे की लगेच त्याचा तो मेरा कम्युनिटी काय आहे त्याचं पहिलं उत्तर असेल. असे 4-5 तुम्ही एका ट्रान्सजेंडरला पकडा आणि त्याच्याकडून तुम्ही उत्तर शोधून घ्या. तुम्हाला तो खरंच आहे की नाही हे तुम्हाला कळेल. यू आर अ लॉयर. पहिला लॉचा प्रयोग तुम्ही प्रोफेसरवर करता हे आम्हाला माहिती आहे. लॉचा पहिला प्रयोग तुम्ही त्यांच्यावर पण करा असं आमचं तुम्हाला म्हणणं आहे. थँक्यू.
सुनीता, एक गोष्ट मला सांगायची. एक गोष्ट जे आपण म्हणतो की बदलायला पाहिजे त्याच्यामध्ये मिळून साऱ्या जणी मासिक आहे त्यांनी हा एक बदल केलाय. आधी आमची टॅगलाईन होती स्त्रियांनी आणि पुरुषांनी स्वतःशी आणि परस्परांशी नव्यानं संवाद. म्हणजे LGBTIQ आपल्यामध्ये घेण्यासाठी आम्ही आता म्हणतो ती ते आणि यांचा स्वतःशी आणि परस्परांशी नव्यानं संवाद.
नातं व्हायला पाहिजे. नातं आणि संवाद. जोपर्यंत संवाद होणार नाही तोपर्यंत काहीच होणार नाही.
आणि संवादातून दोस्ती होईल. म्हणून मला असं वाटतं की दोस्ती जिंदाबाद हे स्लोगन असलं पाहिजे. बरोबर सगळेजण
प्रश्न नाही, पण मगाशी तुम्ही जे विचारलं की यांच्यासाठी ही परिस्थिती बदलण्यासाठी आपण काय करू शकतो किंवा कोण करणार. तर मॅम आता इथे बसलोय आपण, सगळ्यात मोठा मायनस पॉईंट हाच आहे मॅम की मी आता एक स्टेटमेंट देते की मी समाज कल्याण विभागाच्या अंतर्गत मुख्यमंत्र्यांना पत्र लिहायला तयार आहे. त्यांच्यासाठी मला 120 लोक पाहिजे जे त्या पत्रावर सही करणार. इथे बसलेला एकही हात उठणार नाही. का? कारण की ते फक्त सहानुभूती दाखवण्यासाठी पुढे येतात. ऍक्च्युअल मध्ये स्टँड घेण्यासाठी कोणी पुढे येत
नाही. आपल्याला आपण जो मनातला हा विचार काढून टाका, नाही असा विचार काढून टाका की कोणी सही करणार नाही. म्हणजे डिपेंड ऑन देम.
नाही मॅम ते आहे एकटा व्यक्ती काहीच करू शकत नाही.
करू शकतो. जेव्हा वकील कोर्टात उभा राहतो तेव्हा तो एकटाच असतो.
वकील
वकील जिंदाबाद.
तुम्हाला काय सांगितलं की माणसा कधी होशील माणूस. फक्त ते एक अशी गर्दी जमा झाली मॅम ती फक्त सहानुभूती दाखवण्यासाठी आहे. ऍक्च्युअल मध्ये स्टँड खूप कमी लोक आहेत ना. आहे नाही असं नाही, आहेत. इंडिया हे डेमोक्रेटिक कंट्री आहे. तर लोक रस्त्यावर येऊन घेशील तर
मी तुला एक त्याचं उत्तर देते. आपलं वी द पिरॅम्बल ऑफ म्हणजे पिरॅम्बल आपण वाचतो त्याच्यामध्ये खूप मोठा घटक आहे. आय डोंट नो किती जणांना तो तोंडपाठ आहे. त्याच्यामध्ये 4 मुद्दे खूप मोठे मांडलेले आहेत. जस्टिस, व्हेन इट कम्स टू जस्टिस, व्हॉट डज इट टॉक्स अबाउट? इट टॉक्स अबाउट सोशल, इकॉनॉमिक, पॉलिटिकली. बरोबर आहे. आपण कुठे आहे? व्हेन वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट जस्टिस वी नीड टू टॉक इन द सोशल ऍस्पेक्ट. सोशल मध्ये हा ऍस्पेक्ट येतो ना. म्हणजे खूप जण लॉ स्टुडंट म्हणतात अरे हे काय ट्रान्सजेंडर, हे काय हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंटचं हे ते नाही. नो, आय सेड नो, बिकॉज ऑफ पिरॅम्बल स्टेट्स एव्हरीथिंग. पूर्ण भारत म्हणजे उगीच वेडे नव्हते कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन लिहिणारे की ज्यांनी असं म्हटलेलं आहे की त्यांनी इतकं तुम्ही जर का फक्त कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन अख्खा एक दिवस तुम्ही पिरॅम्बल वाचला ना तुम्हाला पूर्ण भारताचा घटक कळेल. आणि एक पर्सन चेंज करतो. एक सांगा, एक ऍसिड विक्टिम जर का एक भवारी देवी सारखी बाई ती बिचारी एवढी अन्याय सहन करून तिच्यावर आपलं वर्कप्लेस हॅरेसमेंट ऍक्ट येतं. शेवटी तिला बिचारीला जस्टिस नाही मिळालेला आहे ती गोष्ट वेगळी. पण तिच्यामुळे कायदा आला विशाखा जजमेंट आपण जे म्हणतो. तर रिअली वन अटेम्प्ट, रिअली एक मुंगी पण जर का आपण म्हणतो ना हत्तीला हे चावल्याच्या नंतर काय त्रास होतो, खरंच होतो. कायद्यामध्ये होतो आणि लॉ स्टुडंट्स रिअली मेक डिफरन्स. आम्ही मॅडमची जी जिज्ञासा म्हणजे मी तुम्हाला खरं सांगते, मी एका लॉ कॉलेजला आहे अजूनही काम करते. नाईक सर आहे जे आमच्याकडे शिकवायला यायचे किंवा काय. मी कम्युनिटी लिगल केअरची एक प्रतिनिधी म्हणून पण काम केलेलं आहे. आणि तुम्हाला मी खरं सांगते की आमच्या लॉ कॉलेज म्हणजे मी ज्या लॉ कॉलेजला गेले आहे 8 वर्ष त्या लॉ कॉलेजला इंटरनॅशनल 3 अवॉर्ड्स फक्त कम्युनिटी सर्व्हिसमुळे आहेत. आणि लॉ स्टुडंट्स आर मेकिंग डिफरन्स. म्हणून मी तुम्हाला सांगते की वारंवार म्हणजे एक मॅडमची जी तुमची तळमळ आहे प्रिन्सिपल मॅडमची ती म्हणजे माझ्यासारख्या लोकांना कळते कारण आम्ही त्यामध्ये डील करतो आहे. वी आर ओनली आस्किंग फॉर यू. आता मी इथं बसलेल्या मुलांपैकी जशी ती बिचारी मुलगी म्हटली की इथं साईन नाही करणार, तिचं म्हणणं अगदी बरोबर आहे. कारण तुम्ही बसलेले जेव्हा आम्ही बोलत होतो इथं चर्चा चालली होती तिथे काहीतरी घोळका होतं की ते अटेंडन्स साठी बसलेले लोक बरोबर आहे. तर अटेंडन्स महत्वाचं तिचं म्हणणं बरोबर होतं कारण तिने तसं इंटरप्रिट केलेलं आहे. बट रिअली तुम्ही तुमच्या कॉलेजची किंवा हे खूप कमी लॉ कॉलेजेस करतात आणि इंडिया पण ट्रान्सजेंडर साठी राईट्स का बनवतोय कारण हे पॉलिटिकली आहे का तर UN आपल्या डोक्यावर बसले आपण UN सिग्नेटरी आहे. मग युएनचे सिग्नेटरी म्हणून काय होतं की बाबा नाही ट्रान्सजेंडर पाहिजे बाबा काहीतरी आपलं पण एक अस्तित्व पाहिजे आहे इंडियामध्ये ट्रान्सजेंडर कम्युनिटी म्हणून ते चाललेलं आहे. तुम्ही पॉलिटिकल पार्टीमध्ये किती ट्रान्सजेंडर्सला दिलेलं आहे का कुठल्या पॉलिटिकल पार्टीमध्ये वोट बँक म्हणूनच बघितलं जाते इलेक्शनच्या वेळेसच बघितलं जातं. कोविडमध्ये इतकी क्रिटिकल सिच्युएशन होती कोणी हेल्प करायला नव्हती. मी अपील केलं तरी नाही होत होतो त्यावेळी मी 4-5 ट्रान्सजेंडरला म्हटलं बाबा तुम्ही व्हिडिओ काढा. त्यानंतर कुठेतरी कलेक्टर सौरभराव जागे झाले म्हटलं बाबा तू ये बाहेर आपल्या लोकांना ट्रान्सजेंडरला पण द्यायचं आहे बिकॉज दे फॉल अंडर व्हल्नरेबल ग्रुप डिसएडव्हान्टेजेस ग्रुप ऑफ द ह्युमन राईट्स. मला तुम्हाला म्हणायचं कायदा आपण नंतर बदलू पहिला आपल्या स्वतःच्या मध्ये बदल करा आणि स्वतः पहिले चालू करा.
त्याच्यामध्ये हे सांगते की भौरी देवीला आम्ही मिळून साऱ्याजणी मासिकाचं प्रकाशन करायला बोलवलं होतं कारण बलात्कार झालेली महिला म्हणजे कलंकित असं जे मानलं जातं ती मिथ आहे ते चुकीचं आहे हे सिद्ध करण्यासाठी भौरी देवी आमच्याकडे आली होती आणि तिने मिळून साऱ्याजणी मासिकाचं प्रकाशन.
मला वाटतं कोणाला प्रश्न विचारायचे आहेत का सगळे शांत झालेत एकदमच शांत. लास्ट बेंचचे कोण
मला आवडतं लास्ट बेंच वरनं क्वेश्चन.
माझ्यासाठी तर तेच LLB असतात लॉर्ड ऑफ लास्ट बेंचेस.
नाही काय काय असतं की हे पॅनल डिस्कशन मध्ये फक्त पॅनलिस्टचं नाहीये तर हे स्टुडंट्सचं सुद्धा पार्टिसिपेशन आहे आणि स्टुडंट्सचं पार्टिसिपेशन जेव्हा होतं तेव्हा ते सक्सेसफुल झाल्यासारखं असं वाटतं. हा या मॅडम.
मला एक माझं नाव गणेश शिंदे मी LLB फर्स्टला आहे. मला एक सजेशन द्यायचं होतं की आपण परत जॉबच्या संदर्भामध्ये बोलत होतो की ट्रान्सजेंडर साठी जॉब तर याच्यासाठी मला एक सजेशन असं द्यायचं होतं की ज्या काही इन्स्टिट्यूट्स आहेत ज्याच्यामध्ये प्रोफेशनल कोर्सेस आहेत त्याच्यामध्ये तुम्ही जसं रिझर्वेशन ठेवता तसं तुम्ही 10 लोक तुमचे जर आता सपोज माझ्या बॅचची 120 ची स्ट्रेंथ तर तुम्ही 10 जागा ट्रान्ससाठी ठेवा आणि त्यांना तुम्ही तुमच्याकडे येण्यासाठी त्यांना प्रबोधन करा आणि त्या 10 जागा ज्या पर ॲनम तुम्हाला भरायच्या तर तुम्ही कंपल्सरी भरा. त्यासाठी त्यांना तुम्ही एवढं प्रबोधन करा की बाबा तू घे ऍडमिशन लॉला तू चांगलं होईल तुझं आणि हे काम कोण करू शकतो आपण करू शकतो NGOs करू शकतो आणि ज्या वेळी हे पर ॲनमच्या त्या जागा ज्यावेळी 10 भरतील त्याच्यातून मग आफ्टर 3 इयर्स तुम्हाला 30 ट्रान्सजेंडर लॉयर्स मिळणार आहेत. सो हे फक्त लॉ फील्ड मध्ये नाही तर तुम्ही डॉक्टर फील्ड मध्ये
नाही सगळ्यात महत्वाचं म्हणजे त्यांना प्रायमरी एज्युकेशन सेकंडरी एज्युकेशन किंवा नंतर कॉलेजमध्ये गेल्यानंतर आता तुमच्यामध्ये जर एखादा ट्रान्सजेंडर येऊन बसला हाऊ यू विल रिॲक्ट.
परंतु असे बरेच लोक आहेत की जे प्रायमरी एज्युकेशन किंवा त्यांचा एक
कमी आता सुरुवात झाली आहे तशी आता सुरुवात
एज नंतर त्यांना रिअलाइज होतं की बाबा आपण ट्रान्स आहोत. तो 18 वर्षानंतर मोस्टली त्या लोकांना कळतं तो पिरियड असतो तो त्यांचा कॉलेज लाईफचा असतो मोस्टली. अशा वेळी मला एक सजेशन आहे की हे करायला हरकत नाहीये जर कारण डिस्कशन प्रॅक्टिकॅलिटी मध्ये फार फरक असतो. हे जर केलं तर नक्की त्याचा
नाही अगदी बरोबर आहे. त्यांना काउन्सिलिंग लागतं आणि 18 वर्षाचा मुलगा किंवा 18 वर्षाची मुलगी तेव्हा तिला कळतं की मी ट्रान्सजेंडर आहे किंवा मला काहीतरी हे आहे तर पहिल्यांदा तिला वाटतं की मीच का एवढी सगळी मुलं मुली आहेत मीच का म्हणजे हा मीच का हा प्रश्न मलाच माझ्याच बाबतीत हे का घडलं कारण की तिला स्वतःमध्ये दोष दिसायला लागतो किंवा त्याला आणि मग तो स्वतःला दोष देतो देवाला दोष देतो समाजाला दोष देतो घरच्यांना दोष देतो आणि मग मी ह्याचं कुठेतरी मी बदला घेणार हा जो एक मनात एक भावना येते त्याच्या आणि मग तो शिक्षण सोडतो सगळं सोडतो आणि त्याला त्यांचे जी लोक असतात त्यांच्यामध्येच तो रमतो तो किंवा ती. मग ते होऊ नये म्हणून काहीतरी उपाययोजना व्हायला पाहिजेत काहीतरी रेकमेंडेशन्स यायला पाहिजेत. फक्त कागदावर त्यांच्या म्हणजे त्यांना खूप सुविधा दिल्या गेल्यात हॉस्पिटल्समध्ये सुविधा आहेत एज्युकेशन इन्स्टिट्यूट मध्ये आहेत किंवा त्यांना तुमच्या नोकरीच्या जागी तुम्हाला आहेत हे फक्त कागदावर आहे कागदाच्या बाहेर नाही. आता डिस्ट्रिक्ट मॅजिस्ट्रेट कडे किंवा डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्टामध्ये त्यांना जे पाहिजे त्यांना सर्टिफिकेट पाहिजे. मला नाही वाटत की खूप लोक येऊन घेतात किंवा ते वकिलांकडे सुद्धा येतात कारण की तेवढं त्यांच्याकडे पैसा नसतो वकिलाला द्यायला. फुकटातला वकील काम करणार नाही तो पैसे मागणार आधीच. तो म्हणे मी काम करतो, मला माझे चार्जेस पाहिजेत. त्यांनी वकिलांपर्यंत किंवा कोर्टापर्यंत सुद्धा ते पोहोचत नाही. तर त्याच्यासाठी काय व्हायला पाहिजे की एक सिस्टीम काहीतरी त्यांच्यापर्यंत आपण पोहोचायला पाहिजे. त्यांना आपण सांगायला पाहिजे की हा सुविधा आहे. तुम्ही पहिल्यांदा जाऊन सगळ्यात पहिलं सर्टिफिकेट घ्या. सर्टिफिकेट घेतल्यानंतरच तुम्हाला बाकीच्या सगळ्या तुम्हाला फॅसिलिटीज मिळणार आहे. आणि आपण म्हणतात तसं अगदी बरोबर आहे. त्यांना सगळं रिझर्वेशन पाहिजे, सगळं पाहिजे. पण त्याच्यासाठी एक रेकमेंडेशन गव्हर्नमेंटकडे जायला पाहिजे मॅम. आणि स्टुडंट्स आणि जेवढे पार्टिसिपेट करणार आहेत, मी तर म्हणते की संख्या पण नको आपल्याला की 15च पाहिजे, 20च पाहिजे. जेवढे येतील तेवढे ऑल आर वेलकम.
नाही नक्कीच. आणि मला रिसेंटली समजलं आमच्या क्लास टीचर अरुंधती मॅम, त्यांचा विषय पण याच विषयावर त्या काम करतात. तर मला नक्की आवडेल पुढच्या या जोपर्यंत मी कॉलेजमध्ये मॅम बरोबर काम करायला आम्हाला नक्की आवडेल.
तुम्हाला जर काही मदत लागली आमच्याकडून तर वी विल ऑलवेज रेडी फॉर यू. अगदी
आय थिंक होनप मॅम, हे आपण म्हणतो ना की सगळे योग जुळून येतात, तसा हा सगळा योग आहे. म्हणजे एवढी मुलं तयार होणं, तुमचे फॅकल्टी त्या विषयावर काम करत असणं, चैत्राली सारखी त्याच्यावर त्याला काय म्हणू, रणरागिणी जे त्यांच्यासाठी लढती आहे अशी ह्या फंक्शनला येणं, किंवा त्या फील्ड मध्ये काम करणाऱ्या ज्याला भीष्म पितामह म्हणता येईल अशा मॅम इथे येणं, किंवा किंवा सुनीता मॅम, मी तर आहेच, किंवा सुनीता मॅम असणं, हा एक योग आहे. सो मला असं वाटतं की प्रॉबेबली दिस इज अ स्टेपिंग स्टोन, आणि आपण खरंच सगळ्यांनी याच्यावर थोडं सिरियसली वेट करूया.
मला एक अनुषंगाने मी फक्त सांगते, मला माहिती थोडा खूप त्रास होतोय माझा, पण 377 आता जसं हे झालं, तुम्हाला आता HIV एड्सचा आपण स्टॅटिस्टिकल डेटा घेतला तर आपल्याला फार वाटतं की अरे स्त्रीलाच होतो किंवा पुरुषाला होतो. सेम सेक्स मुळे पण HIV एड्सचं प्रमाण खूप मोठं आहे. आपण एकीकडे म्हणतो की मॅरेजेस बँड आहे इंडियामध्ये सेम सेक्सचं, पण मग सेम सेक्सचं जर का आपण हे बघितलं, ट्रान्सजेंडर्स 60-70% ट्रान्सजेंडर्सच्या माझ्या कम्युनिटीमध्ये आता माझ्यासोबत आहे. म्हणजे आताची जे येतात ते माझ्याकडे सेकंड स्लॉट मध्ये आफ्टर कोविड आहे, त्यांना 60-70% त्यांना सेकंड HIV आहे. तर जस्ट त्यांनी कायदा नाही आपल्याकडे, पण चालू आहे आणि आहे ना त्यांच्याकडे. इन दिस सिच्युएशन व्हॉट? म्हणून तुम्हाला सांगते, लॉ आहे, लॉ त्याच्या जागी आहे, सगळं आहे, पण ऍज अ लॉ स्टुडंट हाऊ डिफरन्स यू कॅन मेक फॉर द सोसायटी, दॅट्स रिअली स्टार्ट फ्रॉम द बिगिनिंग माझ्यापासून.
लास्ट कारण की सगळे आता आपण डिस्कशन करणार आहोत म्हणल्यावर खूप डिस्कशन होईल. तर
मी जास्ती वेळ न घेता मला फक्त एकच सांगायचं, सकाळी 10 वाजल्यापासून आतापर्यंत जे काही आज आम्ही सगळ्यांनी ऐकलं, तर मला फक्त एवढंच एक कळलं. सकाळी मॅम पटेल मॅमनी एक सुंदर असं त्यांनी एक्सप्लेन केलं की फर्स्ट, सेकंड आणि थर्ड. आम्हाला थर्ड ठरवणारे तुम्ही कोण? ठीक आहे, एक मुलांची कॅटेगरी, एक मुलींची कॅटेगरी आहे. आज मुली सगळ्या क्षेत्रात आहेत, कोणी कोणाला कमी नाहीये. फक्त एक की मला फक्त एक कळतं की मुली पण आज मुलांच्या बरोबरीने सगळ्या क्षेत्रात प्रगती करतात. मी हा मुद्दाच नाहीये माझा की मुली कमी मुलं जास्त. फक्त एक की मला एवढं कळतं की समाजात फक्त एक कुठंतरी त्यांनाही आपल्याप्रमाणे बघावं. एक तेवढंच एक फक्त की हे जे आता आपण म्हणतो की थर्ड कॅटेगरी, हे फक्त एक क्लासिफिकेशन केलं असं मला वाटतं. मला बाकी विचार हे नाही कळतंय, पण
आज एक मत सांगते मॅम, तुम्ही डान्सा, मालसा आणि नासा एकत्र लिहा,
ही थर्ड जेंडर नाही,
हे नाहीच, आणि सर्वे करू म्हणा की आम्ही बहिष्कार टाकतो थर्ड जेंडर ह्या कन्सेप्टला. ऍज वी एज अ टीम कॉलेज टर्मोलॉजी करा ना, मी तुम्हाला ते सांगते, लॉ कॉलेज स्टुडंट
यू मेक इट एज अ स्पेशल जेंडर.
आता प्रॉस्टिट्यूट,
दोज आर स्पेशल जेंडर,
सेक्स वर्कर,
एक त्यांच्याकडे बघण्याचा दृष्टिकोन समान असावा, जसा मुलींकडे
आता
होतो,
तो
मुलांकडे होतो. वर्गीकरण
आपण समानता कधी येणार? आता वी द सिटीजन्स ऑफ इंडिया असं आपण म्हणतो, वी म्हणतो, तर ते वी काय आहे त्याच्यामध्ये? ती लोक पण आहेत ना, ऑल ब्रदर्स अँड सिस्टर्स.
आता ते खरं म्हणजे ट्रान्स ह्युमन अशी शेवटी कॅटेगरी व्हावी, ट्रान्स ह्युमन.
दिस इज ऑल्सो व्हेरी गुड सजेशन मॅम.
ट्रान्स ह्युमन मध्ये माणसं आणि सगळी ट्रान्झिशनच्या स्टेट मध्ये असतात ना. सो इट इज ट्रान्स ह्युमन.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. This is the new terminology we got it.
ट्रान्स म्हणून आणि होणार मॅम प्लीज कन्सिडर दिस वर्ड ट्रान्स ह्युमन. दिस इज व्हेरी नाईस अँड थँक्यू फॉर ऑल द पॅनलिस्ट and for giving your all the time for this discussion. I think and I thank all the faculty, this thing, the law department, Honam ma'am, Team V, and all the students. Thank you very much. It was a great discussion, and we got a new word, transhuman. Thank you so much.
आणि एक मला तुम्हाला सांगायचंय की तुम्हाला जर मिळून साऱ्या जणीचे अंक हवे असले तर मी मॅडमकडे देऊन जाईन अंक. तुम्ही मॅडमच्याकडनं जरूर घ्या, ते वाचा आणि तुम्हाला काय वाटतं सांगा आणि लिहा सुद्धा.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you each one of you for your valuable insights on the subject and also for our moderator Mansal ma'am to convene this discussion so wonderfully. In the afternoon session, after having good food, everyone feels lousy. And ma'am, you proceeded with the session so beautifully that all of the students were participating so actively. The issue of justice for the transgender community is not merely a legal matter, but a profound reflection of a society's values and commitment to human rights. Through this panel discussion, we aim to delve into the multifaceted dimensions of this issue, exploring its legal, social, cultural, and policy implications. The urgency of this discussion cannot be overstated. Despite advancements in awareness and advocacy, the transgender community continue to face systematic discrimination, violence, and barriers to accessing justice. It is incumbent upon us as educators, scholars, and advocates to confront these challenges head-on and work towards meaningful change. Your participation is invaluable in fostering a deeper understanding of the issues at hand and identifying pathways towards justice and equality for the transgender community. I thank you all. And without much ado, I would like to call upon Assistant Professor Ashutosh Naik to extend the vote of thanks. But before that, I would like to call Principal Udap ma'am to felicitate our guest who was a little bit late.
सॉरी फॉर बीइंग लेट. माझी आज सकाळी आजी वारली होती आणि मग त्याच्यानंतर मग ते अटेंड करायचं आणि मग मला एक काम होतं, ऑफिसला पण अटेंड केलं आणि मग मी इथे आले. सॉरी फॉर for a good cause. You have to work for a good cause. That is important. Trans community.
Hello.
Thank you, Jana. Heartfelt condolences on behalf of Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapith. It is gratitude that makes our heart more fertile and allowing other virtues like sincerity, honesty to develop. With these words of Sri Radhana Swamiji, as we draw to the close of this enlightening, enriching national seminar, it is my privilege to extend warm and heartfelt vote of thanks to all those who have made this event possible. On behalf of Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapith's Lokmanya Tilak Law College, Pune, I, Associate Professor Ashutosh Naik, do extend a heartfelt gratitude to all those who have taken time to attend and participate in this national seminar. First and foremost, I would like to express our deepest appreciation to our esteemed chief guest, Ms. Zainab Patel, for accepting our invitation to preside over the seminar. It has been an enriching and insightful experience, and we are immensely grateful for your presence and contribution. We would like to extend our deep sense of gratitude towards Dr. Deepak Tilak Sir, Honorable Chancellor, Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapith, and Dr. Geetali Tilak Ma'am, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapith, Pune, who always have been a source of inspiration for such academic activities. Further, we offer our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Rohit Tilak Sir, Vice President, TMV Trust, and Dr. Praniti Tilak Madam, Trustee, TMV Trust, for being a guiding force for us. Moving ahead, we are thankful to Dr. Suvarna Sate, Honorable Registrar, TMB, and Advocate Harshad Nimbalkar, Sir, Dean Faculty of Law, TMB, for their constant encouragement. I would also like to extend our gratitude to Professor Dr. Jyoti Bhakre, Member, Academic Council, SPPU, and former HOD, Department of Law, Assistant Professor Tarun Singh, Member, GNU Center for Sports and Entertainment Law, GNLU, Gujarat, Dr. Geetali BM, Journalist, Milun Sarajani, Pune, Advocate Chaitrali Deshmukh, Nirbhaya Adarsh Committee, Pune, and Advocate Amol Jadhav for presenting their papers, sharing their abundant knowledge, and sharing their wide experience with us. Your expertise, knowledge, and passion have not only enriched our understanding, but have also provided us with invaluable insights that we have undoubtedly added immense value to this seminar. We are also thankful to Sri Ajit Khadilkar, TMB Trust, and Advocate Anil Kulkarni for their unwavering support and encouragement to organize the event of academic excellence. A special mention goes to our HOD and Principal Dr. Rohini Honov, ma'am. Ma'am, your holistic vision and motivational support has played a pivotal role in making this seminar a resounding success, and we are truly grateful for your invaluable guidance and support. I must also acknowledge the dedication and hard work of the seminar coordinators, Assistant Professor Rucha Shinde and Assistant Professor Ketki Davi, along with all my esteemed colleagues. Your meticulous planning and tireless effort behind the scenes have ensured the smooth running of this event, and we commend you for your commitment to the excellence. It is practically impossible to organize any event on our own, but the things get smoother with the active support of student volunteers, who, irrespective of the time constraints, have been constantly on their toes, taking efforts to make this event a grand success. Last but not the least, I want to thank each and every attendee for your active participation, thoughtful questions, engaging discussions, etc. Your enthusiasm and eagerness to learn have made this seminar a vibrant and dynamic platform for the exchange of ideas. As we depart from this gathering, let us carry forward the knowledge and connections we have gained, using them to drive positive change in our respective fields and communities. Thank you once again to everyone who has made this seminar a resounding success. We look forward to your collaborations and continued engagements. I declare this seminar to be concluded. Thank you very much.
Now, faculties, please come in. Faculties, you are requested to